a funny feeling they found that someplace where wanna go someplace else. Do we really wanna go to Mars? Do we ever really want to try? Had a funny feeling if we get up there, we're gonna stop and wonder why. Don't you wanna be right here, right now? Don't you wanna be right here, right now? Right here. Gotta be right here, right now. Gotta be right here, right now. Right here, right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Don't wanna close the door on you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Don't wanna live my life through you. Sit and wonder why. How can we get our love back? Oh, I turn around. I wanna see when the sun goes down. It's as simple as that. I wanna see when the sun goes down. Oh, more than that. Don't wanna play no games with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of the Democracy and Culture Foundation, Mr. Achilles Chaltas.
Well, good morning, everyone. Kalimera σας, and welcome to the 10th Athens Democracy Forum, convened by the Democracy and Culture Foundation and in association with the New York Times. It is just so exciting, ladies and gentlemen, to see so many familiar faces in this room, because together with quite a few of you this year, we've had a great journey so far. It has been really a tour de force. So from Sydney with New Democracy Foundation, to Seoul with Tai Academy, then Washington, Bertelsmann Foundation, Berlin with Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Tel Aviv with IDEA and Sapienship. We ended up in London with EBRD to synthesize all that we learned during the work that we did in our Building Blocks project. And Berggruen Institute was there along the way, teaching us or giving us that one common thread that we all came up with: deliberative tools for democracy. It's all about the citizen. And here we are now in Athens to present our outcomes. It is a great achievement, and it really is a cause for celebration, but we always need to be cognizant of the fact that our world is still at an inflection point. It's going through a profound foundation. Democracy and its value system are in great danger of being dismantled. So the Democracy and Culture Foundation was established to further the impact of Athens Democracy Forum, Art for Tomorrow. Both these conferences were founded at the New York Times some 10 years ago, and the foundation has the mission to help empower society through citizen engagement and better governance. We believe that it is these two outcomes that we have, coming from Demos and Kratos, citizen engagement and better governance, that will help reverse the pandemics that we're faced with: the pandemic of inequality, the climate crisis, the impact of the migration shifts, the abuses of the biotech revolution. These are basically the four programmatic pillars our foundation is based on. So business, climate, migration, and technology. We aim to achieve our mission through a very simple strategic impact chain: think, talk, do. This procedure aims to translate thought into action by involving not only experts but also the average citizen, including youth and teens, and we have a few of them in the room today, thanks to GLAA, who will be influenced by each other and come up with policy proposals and initiatives that will have a positive effect into our communities. So we hold roundtables and projects that are designed to produce policy recommendations that are replicable and scalable, leveraging Athens as an incubation lab and exporting the outcomes to other parts of the world. As our Vice Chair, Anthony Kefalas, and I said last year, Athens is really seen as the south of the global north, but also the north of the global south. And the convening power of the Athens Democracy Forum really is here to act as the megaphone of all the work that the Democracy and Culture Foundation, with its partners, all of you, is doing. All this work is designed to lay the foundations for a global Center for Democracy. So this is what we're doing that's the longer-term vision. Our four programmatic pillars are obviously there to feed our editorial direction, but our new Building Blocks project, which we'll be talking about, which spanned 7 cities around the world this year to start with, has the mission to initiate a global exchange on the urgent ideas models, practical initiatives, and policy recommendations, as well as create a democracy toolkit. We'll talk about the digital toolkit later today, to help the evolution of democracy and to help us establish this global center for democracy. So, think, talk, and do. And over the next few days, though, we're doing it the other way around. So today, we're here to do the do part. So what have we achieved in our projects? Building blocks, the Charter for Business Ethics, the digital toolkit, climate that we just did, and Teens for Democracy. And I want to thank all our partners that I mentioned before, as well as our strategic partners, our headline sponsors, Meta, and by the way, there is a virtual reality demo happening outside, so during the breaks, enter the metaverse, and maybe next year we'll enter the metaverse in this room, when we'll hopefully change the format, so thank you, Meta. Taijie Academy from Seoul, Berggruen Institute, as well as Microsoft and Luminate, who want to be really a part of the building blocks, but much more than that. Aegean brought many of you here, so thank you, Aegean. And there's so many more. I'll thank them over the next few days. The next 2 days, we move from the do, so tomorrow and Friday, we're doing the talking part. Our plenary assessing a decade of democracy and rethinking our futures. And on Saturday, we're doing the think part at Costa Navarino, another sponsor of ours, where we will look at happiness and democracy concept and how we ground it. So, let's hear it for the do. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and I now hand over to Anthony Kefalas, our Vice Chair, and Kim Conniff-Tabor, our Editorial Director, and our 5 curators or partners, as we call them. So thank you, and thank you all.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for being here. I'm very happy to see that it's a full room. Before I proceed with the introduction, I would like the editorial director of the Democracy and Culture Foundation and of the Athens Democracy Forum, Kim Conniff-Tabor, to say a few words and introduce herself. And then we will proceed with this lengthy meeting, which I think is going to be at least controversial. Kim? This is not working.
Okay. As Anthony said, I'm the editorial director of the Democracy and Culture Foundation, Tabor. And I just wanted to say a few words welcoming you. Anthony will go into the proper introduction, but just to give you a little bit of insight about my role in this specific project and on this day. I'm a journalist by training. I've been a journalist all my career. And so I'm involved in all of the foundation's content, especially programming our events like the Athens Democracy Forum, but also in helping conceive the projects. So my role in the foundation's projects has been to ask questions, lots and lots and lots of questions, and to challenge premises, to try to help clarify, and also to express the results. So just my role here today will be first to help present the results, and then to act as a moderator along with Anthony, and to help our speakers and to hopefully get all of you involved in the discussion as well. It's just a few words about my role, but Anthony's going to give the proper introduction to the Building Blocks project.
Okay, thank you. This is supposed to be an introduction, but it's not going to be a formal introduction. It's going to be a story. I don't know how good of a raconteur I am, but in any case, this is the story. The reimagining the building blocks of democracy project was really conceived at the last day of last year's ADF. On the previous night, it was the last night actually, and on the previous night I had met Luca, who is sitting over there, and he had commented on the importance of the do part on the strategy of DCF. And the next day I was sitting into the press room and I was thinking, yes, the do part, that is an important thing. And I realized that we had talked about the dangers to democracy, we really talked about it to death. And it was about time that we decided what we could actually do about the dangers. So I was sitting down there with a yellow pad, and I started thinking that we should be talking not about democracy in terms of as a political theory, but we should talk about the functional parts of democracy, the mechanisms of democracy, because if we wanted to change something, this is what we should be looking at. So I started drawing on that yellow pad, and I made blocks, vote, executive power, and all the rest. And then Luca walked in, and he looked at what I was doing. He asked me, and he immediately got onto it. Now, after I had filled it in a little bit, I thought I would need to take it to our president and talk to him. The interesting thing is that as soon as I started talking, I said about 2 phrases, no more than that. And Achilles started where I had left, as if he had written the script of the entire thing. So this was really a question that, a meeting of minds, if you want. I then asked, after we prepared an outline with Achilles, I asked a friend who I value and I respect a lot, George Pagulatos, because I wanted to get his first thoughts about it. We met for lunch. He was skeptical, but his skepticism did not deter me. It was not the kind of skepticism that would deter, it was constructive. So he set a series of questions. I got back to him with the questions, and there he was. He said, it's a good idea, let's get ahead with it. I then asked Yannis Mastrogeorgiou, and he introduced me to Haralambos Tsekiris and Panos Dodonis, who were very enthusiastic about it. And then finally, I asked a good old friend from our times as students in the United States, Nikiforos Diamandouros, to join. Now, these people are today sitting at the so-called reflection group, and at the end, they will present their opinion, the comments, and the criticism about what we'll have to say today. I must admit that makes me a little bit anxious. Now, eventually came down to 5 building blocks, as we call them. I must say there's no great intellectual reason why it should be 5 and not 6 or 7 or 8. But it was, and I must admit, a question of husbanding resources. And in this, Achilles was very, very careful. He's a dreamer, but also he's a realist. when we approached our curators, we approached them with a project that was fully prepared. The outline, the organizational structure, the budget, the timelines, the expected outcomes. So we were very lucky, I believe, in a sense, because we approached 5 great institutions who are here today, and all 5 accepted. And that was important. The basic way in which this worked was that we had a round table of experts, and they discussed in each city across the world one of the building blocks. Now, we had also, of course, the terms of reference prepared. It was not that they were accepted without changes, because obviously each curator, each institution has its own opinion on this. We were flexible, but we insisted on only 2 things. The one was that they had to come up with at least one very specific policy recommendation about what to do, how best to change democratic processes so as to make them more resilient to the dangers of the 21st century. And the second was that we wanted that recommendation to be stress-tested by citizens. You can call them citizen panels, but that's what we really wanted to. We wanted to have the input from the citizens. For those of you who have not followed all the details, and I will mention this in chronological order, how they occurred. New Democracy Foundation did the power of the people at, I'm sorry about that, but the power of the people in Sydney. The Taipei Academy, in association with the Ban Ki-moon Foundation in Seoul, did the power of the executive. The Bertelsmann Foundation in Washington for the power of information. The Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Berlin for the power of influence, parties and money. And IDEA, in association with Sapienship in Tel Aviv for the power of voting. So you can see this was something that happened across continents. We tried to collect a diversity of opinion, and that was at the same time the difficulty, but also the great benefit that one could get. I should also mention that throughout this process, the Berggruen Institute was there also to help and to stand by us. I would like to conclude this little story by saying that we are not looking at this project in terms of one-off. It is not a one-year project. It is a 3-year project, and I'll come back to this. But our aim is to start a discussion going with some proposals, which you will hear in a little while, starting in a couple of minutes. Some of you may find them conservative. Others may find them obvious. Others may think that they're too radical. But that's exactly the whole point, that we would like this to be the beginning of a discussion. But discussion is not going to be enough. And our project, as I said, a 3-year project, is to actually reach the stage when we will be able to say, this has been done and it will have to be done. I will stop now this story that I told you, because I felt that you should know how this thing came about. And it's interesting because ADF served as, giving the birth of an idea, and that idea, which literally started with drawing lines on a block, came today to a conclusion with 5 roundtables of experts conducted across the world. I will now call upon our rapporteurs, because in each roundtable there was a rapporteur who had the responsibility to take the notes and to prepare the material for today's session. And I will call them in the order in which, as I said, they occurred. This way we don't have any misunderstandings about who is first and who is last. And what is going to happen now is that each rapporteur will talk for no more than 5 minutes, absolutely 5 minutes, on the specific recommendation that that roundtable came up with, 1 or 2 recommendations, and then Kim and I will present the entire package, which is not going to be exactly the same as what you've heard before. There will be parts that are the same, but you will also see that it's in a different setting, and we've exercised our own judgment according to certain criteria about what to present finally and not to. So, without further ado, can I ask Luca, from where you sit, if you want to, but if you want to come up, no? Fine.
I think we were perhaps asked to speak from our seats, but I was offered to speak up here, so why shouldn't I do that? Actually, I'm covering you, Anthony, is that okay?
No, that's okay. You go and sit on your seat.
Oh, okay. Well, my name's Luca Belgiano-Nettis. I actually wasn't the rapporteur, I must confess. I actually wasn't there in the meeting in Sydney, but I was involved in the design, and I'm intimately involved in the organisation that oversaw the process, the New Democracy Foundation. And I went to London after the groups did their thing in the various cities. I went to London and we had a session in London with the real rapporteur, who is Wendy Hugh. Wendy Hugh has written this report, and I'm not going to do much more than read her words, because I couldn't do anything better than that. So, but I might just introduce this by saying we did, the format that we did in Sydney was to have 40 individuals in the room at the one time. The 40 individuals were broken up into 2 groups. One, a so-called expert group of 20, that were people that would have defined as having better than average access to politicians, and the other 20 were a group that were selected by lot from the New York Times Australia subscriber list by democratic lottery. So they were the second group were determined to be the citizens, if you like. So the building block for Sydney was called the power of the people. The task, the question that was put to them was, how can we reconnect people to their parliaments in order to produce more trust in public decisions? The common themes emerged from the discussions. Distrust arises from Parliament not making decisions in the public interest. Instead of putting the desires of their electorates first, participants believed that vested interests, especially of those with money and lobby groups, were being prioritised. Political donations and fundraising were identified as significant impediments to responsiveness of parties to citizens. Trust is further eroded when politicians lie and do not keep campaign promises. The increasing difficulty of discerning what constitutes the truth due to dismantling of the monolithic media is a contributing factor. Inclusivity in decision-making, especially in ensuring the voices of individuals with diverse backgrounds are heard, was also a key consideration. Ultimately, 2 recommendations were put forward by the citizens, and with some nuances which I'll discuss later or present later. So the first recommendation was the use of citizens' assemblies to support parliamentary decision-making processes. The second was that political donations and fundraising reform should consist of limiting contributions only to individuals living in the electorate and introducing a cap to those donations. The event sought to apply deliberative techniques in small discussions and task focus. In the first session, after an introduction by my executive director, Ian Walker of the Democracy Foundation, and a welcome by Damien Cave, who was the bureau chief for the New York Times in Australia. The participants, so all these 40, in Parliament House, because it was hosted in Parliament House in Sydney, in the New South Wales Parliament House, and in fact the specific host was the Speaker of the House, the Honourable Jonathan O'Dea. The participants were in these two groups. One group had blue dots on their name tags, they were the experts, and the other group, the citizens, had yellow dots on their name tags. The expert panel started by having two academics and one ex-premier of a state in Australia, and the ex-premier, I confess, is a conflict of interest, is the chairman of our New Democracy Foundation Research Committee. The expert panel then presented, and then afterwards participants with the same coloured dots, so the experts and the citizens gathered in groups of 5 to brainstorm and then ask 3 questions to the expert speaker panel. It was followed by a provocation by one of the expert speakers who is a politician in the New South Wales Parliament from the centre-right. The second session followed the same structure. The expert panel is comprised of a journalist, an activist, a civil society actor, and then there was a provocation actually delivered by the speaker himself, Jonathan O'Dea. Is that? That's your phone here. Oh, my time's up. Okay, that's kind of the format anyway. Thank you.
And now we'd love to hear from Jiha Shen. She's a senior research fellow at the Teji Academy. And if you could stay at your seat, actually, we're told by the tech team that it's better for the flow if you don't mind speaking from your seat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. The topic of the Seoul Roundtable was the power of the executive. And our primary concern, our primary challenge was how do we find the right balance in the separation of powers? In particular, how do we stop the executive branch from being overpowered, exercising disproportionate power over the other branches of government? So we had 3 separate sessions at the round table dedicated to each branch of government. And this particular policy recommendation that I brought here came out of our first session on the legislative branch. So the basic premise we started with is this. With technological advances and the rise of social media, the way we understand, discuss, and participate in politics is changing rapidly. But political parties, especially mainstream political parties, have been unable to keep up with the changing times. And because they fail to meet the needs of the people, the enchanted public, they look to political outsiders and extremist parties for alternatives. And this has allowed ideological polarization and populism to take hold instead. So given this political environment, our roundtable participants agreed that whatever policy recommendation that we come up with, it has to address the following 3 issues. The first is the democratic deficit, where democratic processes are undermined by incapacitated political parties and authoritarian populists. And the second one is the democratic excess, where The more participatory a democratic system becomes, the more vulnerable it is to changes in public opinion and the pressure of re-election. And the final one is consensus building. It is more and more difficult to build broad consensus because political parties believe that short-term gains precede long-term gains. So the policy recommendation that I brought here is a fourth branch of government. So we establish a fourth branch of government that can increase space for civic engagement and also represent the voices of both human and non-human. This idea is still very raw and inchoate, it still needs a lot of refinement, but we were able to at least discuss some parts of it. The first part is, so what does it look like? What would this fourth branch look like? Our original author of this idea, he might be sitting somewhere in the audience. He proposed that it should be a combination of civic representatives and policy experts. So there will be randomly selected civic representatives who will serve a 2-year term. And there will also be policy experts who will serve 8-year term. And that way we will both have some representation from the civil society and also will be able to perform some deliberative function as well. So how does this fourth branch function? Like, what do they do? They will have the representative and deliberative function. In terms of the representative function, they will be able to identify midterm to long-term issues with serious implications for future generations. As I said, both human and non-human. And on the deliberative side, they will be able to facilitate discussions on issues that are mired in political stalemates or agreements that were made under unhealthy, unscrupulous circumstances with populist intentions. So how does this fourth branch help us address the issues that I have put forth earlier? On the democratic deficit side, we'll have direct representations by ordinary citizens. So the randomly selected citizens will join the fourth branch and they will be able to participate in the deliberative process. Oh, okay, all right. All right, let me just say 2 more things and then I'll close. And on the deliberative side, experts will help citizens discuss these issues. And on the final, the building consensus side, the fourth branch will be able to discuss issues that have implications for the future and help bring consensus to the broader discourse in the political arena. Thank you.
And I will call about I will now call upon Tony Zibefeld of the Bertelsmann Foundation.
Thanks very much. Good morning, everyone. In the interest of time, I see it's being strictly enforced, so I'm going to give you the highlights more than anything else. We did the Power of Information in Washington, and for those of us who've been working in DC for a long time, the issue of the information space has been a constant discussion. It's evolved in some ways over time, and certainly during the Trump administration really became critical to how our democracy works or doesn't work, as the case has now become. in many ways. So over the course of the discussions that we have had over the years, we started to see there were certain patterns that were happening again and again, and the discussions became very stale. And so what we said to the group of experts who gathered in DC was, let's not have the same conversation again. The whole purpose of this project is to do something different, to start thinking about our challenges in different ways. And so the way that we got together, as I said to our authors and our speakers, come up with 3 different types of approaches to tackling disinformation, and let's start there. Now, over the course of the project, we've gone through a number of different phases that Anthony described at the top, and so we got used to people telling us that we've got it wrong. So I'm really looking forward to the discussion that we have here about ways that we can refine what we've come up with to see if we can improve on where we are right now. So to begin, I just want to mention a couple of things. The first discussion that we had was about how authoritarian governments are using democratic platforms and whether authoritarians should be permitted to use platforms that they deny their own population. That was one area of discussion that we went down and what to do about it. A second was looking at search engines and creating a healthy information environment. And it was really about how search engines are feeding results. And it got into a very technical conversation about rankings and about the ways the algorithms are working and the ways they should be adjusted to improve on the information environment. The third discussion that we had was looking at legal avenues for tackling disinformation for profit. So the discussion really revolved around equating crime that happens offline and crime that happens online, and seeing if for example, certain things that you can do in the actual environment are totally legal online, where they wouldn't be in the physical space. So we talked about that for some time as well. I tell you that just to give you an overview of the types of threads that we decided to pull on. Where we ended up, maybe surprisingly, maybe not, became a discussion around labeling in the information space. And what we've heard over and over is that there is no uniform process for labeling. Whether you're looking at search engines or you're looking at individual platforms from the different companies, there is no consistency across the board about how pieces of disinformation are labeled, so that as a user, it's very difficult for me to discern these various ways of approaching it. So we thought, if we're going to make some improvement, you could go pie in the sky and say, you know what, let's try to grab the most radical idea imaginable, or what we were tasked to do is find something concrete where we could actually move the needle on something. And so we really narrowed in on the issue of labeling in our work. And so we took that away and said, what is it that we can do about labeling? In its simplest form, we say, let's make it consistent across every conceivable platform, right? Not an easy task, as you can imagine, given the number of stakeholders that exist in all these different spaces. That was where our discussion ended. We went into the citizens panel, and we said to the citizens, we're thinking about recommendations revolving around labeling. And they said, well, great for your theoretical discussion, great to have a group of experts around, but let's tell you a couple of stories about how labeling impacts us. And we heard a series of stories about real people and real families who have been torn apart by disinformation. Family members who are lost because they've gone down the conspiracy theory path. These are really the knock-on effects of the theoretical things that we sometimes talk about. And when the group in DC gets in a bubble, we forget that they're real people. And so the first recommendation that we heard in terms of reshaping our recommendations is less focus on the technical, more focus on human and emotions and connections that people have with each other, because that's what this is all about, right? The next thing they told us is focus on where you can actually make an impact, right? That's really the task that we had anyway. And third, which leads us to the next bit, I'm not sure how many minutes I have left. Do I have? Am I over time already? All right. I'll give you the third, and then maybe we can talk about the recommendations.
Exactly.
And then we'll pass into it. Sorry about that, Anthony. The third was the importance of having citizens involved in any process that we design around labeling. That in order for it to have any legitimacy or credibility, it's going to require citizens to engage. Not just as in a rhetorical way or as optics, but in a really meaningful way. So I'll leave it there as a cliffhanger, I suppose, and hopefully we'll get a chance to discuss the recommendations themselves going forward. Thank you all.
Thank you, Tony. And just to reassure you, we will talk more about that because in the final reform package, we do talk about the citizen element involved in the final recommendation. So just a little note, because I know there's a little bit of an echo in the room. We do have some earpieces that you can put on that helps you hear directly into your ear what we're saying. So if you have a little bit of an echo, either you have them at the tables already, I believe, or raise your hand and we'll make sure somebody comes over and gives you one of those to help with the sound issue. So I would like to now introduce Marcel Schepp from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, who will be presenting his recommendations.
Yeah, very good morning to everybody, and thank you to the Democracy and Culture Foundation for the invitation. I will be presenting the results and the findings of the roundtable on the power of influence, representation, and participation through political parties that took place in Berlin in June 2022. The recommendation that emerged from that roundtable is political parties should be more open to establish different types of membership, each with a clear path of personal development within the party. Our premise was that in a liberal democracy, political parties are the main linkage between society and politics, and thus integral to the legitimacy and stability of a democratic political system. However, there's a contradiction between their public perception and systemic significance. Eroding social bases, low voter turnout, and high volatility lead to an erosion of party democracy. The gradual disappearance of political parties from public spaces can be deemed a harbinger of democratic regression. So we asked ourselves, are political parties still living up to their mission? The first challenge here is that there is a lack of approach both by parties and access by the people. Whereas parties are supposed to be many things to many people at the same time, they are oftentimes associated with problems rather than solutions. We can observe that political parties have changed their structure very little over time, talking about the last 40 to 50 years. They tend to undervalue manifestos and members, while they overvalue political communication. Our findings here were that political parties should stabilize politics and negotiate polarization. In short, they should integrate. Hence, they should try to rather project similarity and credibility than public image. For that, however, they need a coherent profile where people, narrative, and means are consistent. Secondly, we asked, are political parties still representative? The challenge here is that certain groups remain fundamentally underrepresented at all political levels. Whereas political parties should be accessible to all underrepresented groups, they also need to represent interests of all relevant social groups to be relevant in the first place. More than any other system, politics is characterized by low social permeability and high determinism. Representing similar interests oftentimes follows similar representation. There are two findings here as well. More descriptive representation leads to more substantial representation. However, representation does not mean that the same interests represent the same interests. Rather, political relevance is clearly a, if not the, qualifying criterion for representation. Thirdly and lastly, are political parties sufficiently participatory? Challenge here is that the degree of participation varies by opportunity and willingness alike. Whereas political parties are expected to offer low threshold and self-initiated participation, they are also required to strengthen intra-party democracy as a prerequisite. Representation reveals a deeper problem. No longer reflecting the lifestyles of the groups they underrepresent, parties are no longer the providers for orientation, that is participation. The finding here is that new forms of participation can strengthen the linkage function. However, they also have to be more than that. Participation is not about communication alone. So far for the experts' findings, in order to relate that to the people, we conducted a survey that is a representative random sample of the electorate population of Germany, private households, about 1,000 people in June 2022. We asked what parties should do and what they actually do in the perception of the respondents, that is. Firstly, political parties are fully expected to take more responsibility, to listen more to their voters than their members, and to take more care of people's problems. That is not surprising. Secondly, political parties are mostly expected to make compromises, to represent different interests, to shape policies, and to select personnel adequately, which is hardly surprising too. Thirdly, however, political parties are not expected to explain politics more, to give more responsibility to the so-called common people, and to be more entertaining, which is, given the above, a surprising result indeed. 3 additional findings complement this somewhat counterintuitive picture. Whereas under 1/4 of the respondents have seen a representative personally, over 2/3 have never seen or met one. The more fringe the party, the less the chance to have met a representative. The more center the party, people's parties that is, the more balanced their tally is. In conclusion, the expectations towards an increased overall representation and participation through political parties are not matched by an equally high demand for representation and participation on a personal level. In short, people tend to expect from political parties what they are not always willing to pursue. However, to settle on this would be to give up on the democratic premise and promise of political parties. Thus, we concluded that political parties need to offer more and different forms of membership, modes of participation, if you will, to more and different target groups while catering to their individual needs and abilities better, to ensure more representation of different societal interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marcel. And I will now call upon our last speaker for this session, for this part, Amir Koshavi from IDEA, who is also the Had Hasharon mayor in Israel. Amir.
Thanks. Thank you very much. As you said, my name is Amir Koshavi. I'm 42 years old. I'm the mayor of Hod HaSharon, a city of 65,000 people in the center of Israel. Also a member of IDEA, which is Israel's leading liberal think tank, which is a part of this attempt to answer the question, what can we do to make democracy more resilient? And to be more specific, our roundtable was discussing the power of voting. As I said, I'm a mayor for the last 4 years. Quite a short time after I was elected, COVID-19 struck. And what we realized pretty soon within the development of COVID-19 in Israel was that the people in the cities, the citizens of Israel, would rather get their information from their mayors. They would rather get their information, they would rather get their orders or ability to understand what is going to happen the day after tomorrow from their mayors. The trust in central government offices was getting lower and lower by the day, and the trust in local authorities was getting stronger and stronger by the day. And when we were discussing the power of voting, we realized that in Israel, while central elections voting percentages are on the fall, voting percentages in local elections are on the rise. So we were discussing the abilities or the potential of raising the voting patterns in Israel or as a whole, and we were discussing mandatory voting, and we were discussing other possibilities on the agenda to make people come out and vote. But then we decided that was not the main issue. Because you can have people voting by mandate and they will be voting for anything just to be able to say they voted. We realized that the main issue was the distrust people had with central government and central politics, distrust that caused them to stop voting. They don't believe in this part of the game anymore, and the numbers are getting lower and lower. So one of the ideas that we developed, and I think distrust came up in your agenda and also in Luca's agenda and also in yours. So distrust is the main issue, I think, when we're talking about strengthening democracy. And the way we suggested to rebuild this trust, or the main idea was to rebuild the trust between the citizens and the politicians. And the way we thought about going about it was to strengthen local politics by means of letting the people in the cities, in the rural areas, take charge of their own lives, to build communities. And we have quite a few ideas how to develop this, but the time has run out even before I started speaking. So I think I will leave that for the next round of questions. But the main idea is to rebuild the trust between the people and politics, between people and the politicians, and to be able to bring them in via the things that touch them the most, which is what is happening back home, what is happening, where they live, and showing them that when they influence, when they make an influence, and when they take part in rebuilding the community, then they can do that on the central government level as well. So that was it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Amir. I think that we will now move into the part where Kim and I have brought together and somehow restructured the proposals. And this will give you the opportunity to see the reasoning behind some of them in the way that we've looked, and also to summarize and see them more as a total. So, can we
call up the presentation?
Yeah. Okay. Kim, will you, no, don't. Okay. Kim, will you
So I'll
start?
kick it off. So as you just heard, we had 5 cities, 5 amazing sets of recommendations. But then we had the difficult task of trying to refine them and also narrow them down at the same time, refining and streamlining. So we all came together in London, or at least a representative from each of the curators came together in London. And we had the task of both identifying the underlying unifying axes, if there were any, eliminating possible contradictions, if they existed, and then we also had to do away with what you could call the local element. That is, there were some of the proposals were addressed primarily to the local, very hyper-local audiences or local context, or even a national context, but that wouldn't be able to be exported to other communities. So we were trying to eliminate that as well. So we had to carry out this task without compromising the integrity of the original proposals or altering their intent. So as Anthony mentioned in his introduction, our aim when designing the project was to reach a coherent set of recommendations that would serve as a starting point for a wider debate about how democracy should best evolve. But there was no guarantee that this could happen, that we could achieve this. On the contrary, having 5 different groups of experts and concerned citizens, with each group discussing a different issue at 5 diverse capitals around the world, you'd think it might be more of a recipe for failure than for success.
Okay. Before we go down to the specific proposals, I'd like to clear up some of the definitions, the conceptual definitions that we worked with. First of all, what is democracy? We worked on the basis that democracy is the rule of law and the respect for human rights. These are the very basic elements. As a result, we consider that democracy stands at the nexus of culture and identity. And identity is a question of culture and a question of civilization. Now, the third point that we would like to clarify is that democracy is a process, it's not an end product. And as a process, the design and the integrity of the process is critically important. And the fourth point that we would like to make is that democracy has no ethical relativism. In other words, you either have democracy or you do not have it. There's nothing in between. And we are talking about liberal democracy. Now, as I had said, we asked each roundtable to come up with at least one policy recommendation. What we discovered was that eventually we had something like 20. And not all of them were as fruitful. There was one which came up with something like 12 recommendations because they were discussed. Eventually, of course, they reduced them as well. But I'm mentioning this because it goes to show how people were concerned. In other words, the issue of democracy is something that is of concern. Now, it was obvious when the discussion started taking place that the first thing that happened was they tried to identify the problem and then find a solution. Now, when we looked at it, we saw that the basic problem is the breakdown of trust. This came through in all the discussions, it came through in all the recommendations. The breakdown of trust. And the breakdown of trust was, in all cases, with the government, with the party, with the legislature, and, interestingly enough, with technology. Because people did not trust technology. And they did not trust technology because they didn't know about it. And this leads to an aside that governments who want to support democracy have got to educate their citizens in technology, in the digital revolution. Really, one of the main problems is a sense of alienation and lack of connection with democratic institutions. This is the result, and this comes very clearly through, of a disconnect between ordinary citizens and elected officials, as well as the growing power of global unelected institutions. Citizens feel that their voice and their vote is meaningless, and that they have very little influence themselves on their own daily lives. And they also feel that ballot is an empty ceremony. These were all results that became very, very clear with, if one read the transcripts of the discussions. Now, the next question concerns the reason for the breakdown. We identified in each of the cases the following. Between citizens and government, the feeling was that the government has too much power. Between citizens and the party, we identified that the influence of money was too strong. And also that the representation of the parties was too narrow. Between citizens and legislature, that legislators have far too little power. And between citizens and technology, as I said before, that citizens' input is too restricted, and there's a fear of a social and economic divide. And this is extremely important. What is the solution? The solution is citizen engagement. It came through all the recommendations. And it's extremely interesting to see that this, in effect, is a return to the very basis of Athenian democracy, citizen engagement. There was not a single solution that was proposed that did not contain citizen engagement, in effect. Now, citizen engagement was proposed at the local level, it was proposed at the regional level, and it was proposed at the national level as well. So you see that there's a disconnect, or that the citizens feel they need to be involved at every single stage of government. They are not interested in doing one thing only at one level. They want to go everywhere. Now, these proposals were not theoretical. they were very practical. This is what they wanted. They came up with very specific proposals on how they wanted things done. And the next question is, what is the usefulness of the expected results? Now, recommendations were either to be advisory or obligatory, but they should be accountable. The state should be accountable. Accountability is something that is being demanded now. Now, what are we saying? We're saying that the debate that took place in all the roundtables between the need the recommendations of the citizens to be advisory or obligatory did not reach a conclusion, but I would say that the majority wanted this to be obligatory. However, all insisted that the government should be accountable if it did not follow the recommendations. And it wanted to be accountable, at least in one sense, in the sense that the government should explain in public the reasons for which it did not accept the citizens' recommendations. Now, keep this in mind because it is something quite important to come through afterwards. Well, we now having clarified the background and the underlying trends, we now come to the recommendations themselves. I must say that Kim and I, to a certain extent, exercised our democratic prerogative, and we tried to concentrate on those that, as Kim said, were the ones that we thought would be applicable in this case. And just to remind you, the criteria that we used was that we have to have realism in application, in starting the discussion, and in the possibility of universal application. So, having given you now this background, I will ask Kim to start on the specific proposals, and we'll alternate our discussion in this way.
So on to the specific recommendations, which we ended up dividing into 3 parts. They seem to divide quite cleanly along certain lines. So the first part was recommendations involving direct citizen engagement, both in the legislation and in the balance of power between legislation and the executive. So for that recommendation, which you've heard in some form earlier today, is that parliamentary committees or the equivalent that are convened to discuss and or amend government-proposed draft laws must call for citizens' assemblies to debate the laws and must take their recommendations into account. So the exact phrasing, as per the rapporteur, was the use of citizens' assemblies to support government decision-making processes. But for the debate on this issue, as Anthony mentioned earlier, it wasn't really settled whether this would be in an advisory capacity. Obviously, the preference for us was definitely and that there would be an obligatory dimension, but we also have to think about what is most realistic in terms of implementation. So at the very least, if the recommendations of citizens are not adopted, then they need to be, it needs to be explained publicly why those recommendations weren't taken into account. So it's true that committees already do use outside advice, but it's been observed that experts' advice, often it's the tendency to use experts only, the same people again and again, and there's no real exchange between the public and the legislators. So the second recommendation aims to reduce the power of the executive. Moving on to that. This recommendation, as you've heard earlier, is to set up a 4th body of legislature composed of ordinary citizens to serve alongside policy experts and deliberate issues locked in political stalemates or requiring additional review. So you had heard a slightly different phrasing earlier. I won't repeat that. But we decide to refine it a bit. And it should be noted that this assembly is to consider issues on which the political parties cannot find common or are having trouble finding common ground. It's presumed that this works against the benefit of society as a whole, and citizens come in as a sort of arbiter. Another recommendation was to strengthen and expand the different forms of local democracy, allowing for more direct and immediate connection between the voters and the public officials. So this was to create empowered hyper-local citizens' assemblies, where a group of citizens selected by lottery debate on important issues and make binding decisions. So this amounts to adding, of course, a local regional component with locally elected public officials obligated to consider the wishes of local citizens in their decisions. So very much in the same way that we talked about the legislatures. And this could be expressed through town halls, citizens' assemblies, digital participation. And again, if the citizens' opinions are not adopted, the officials must at least explain why they were not adopted as part of the final decision. So Anthony's going to move on to part 2 of our set of recommendations.
Well, these are the reforms for citizen engagement to deal with the power of influence, money, through party reform. And again, what we have as a recommendation is greater citizen participation. Now look, parties legitimize and delegitimize systems, democracies as well as autocracies. Parties have increasingly distanced themselves from the social basis, are concerned with individualization, and a lot of them have returned to the traditional role of bread and entertainment. Essentially, as one report put it, parties have disappeared from the public sphere. It may be a bit of an extreme position, but it is still something to consider. So, when it comes to party reform, the suggestion that is made is that the parties become more representative, and the proposal, the recommendation is that they should be more flexible in establishing different types of membership: part-time, full-time, supporting, executive, each with a personal path of development within the party. Now, mind you, as you can see here, this is taking really a leaf out of a business structure where you want the party, the member who comes in, to know where he's going, what the result of his development is going to be. And it's interesting that there is this connection between the public and the private sphere, as you can see it. But the whole idea here is to make the party really to expand its representation, and it is felt that if you offer the prospect of personal development and involvement in this, this will encourage people to participate in parties, which is not the case today. I was talking the other day with some of our friends, and they were lamenting the fact that some of the best people do not want to get involved with the parties. Now, the second recommendation was to reduce the vested interests and influence that these have. And this is where we come back to the issue of political donations, and it is that it should be limited to contributions that come only from individuals living in the electoral region, while simultaneously introducing a cap on each contribution. Now you can understand what this does. It is really a triple proposition if you look at it. It touches at party reform through the lens of money, it indirectly promotes citizen engagement, and it upgrades the local dimension in the political give and take. By reducing the contributions to the local level, it prevents the influence of money from spreading across the national level. You will find all these recommendations perhaps a little bit radical, but as I said, our idea was to come up with things that could start the discussion going and could have a practical application. Now, there's a third part, and I will ask Kim to conclude this part.
So the third part of our recommendation concerns the information ecosystem. And as Tony touched upon in our debate about the information ecosystem, and I was there at the Washington Roundtable, one of the conclusions that emerged was that disinformation often takes hold because people trust information that they found themselves. So this especially came through in the citizens panel, through their own networks. So they see social media as a crucial way to express and buttress their own opinions, and they distrust information that they feel is forced upon them by a self-declared authority or an institutional authority. So in that case, as Tony alluded to earlier, we determined that it was crucial that citizens be part of the process, that they need to feel like their voices are taken into account when designing the policy. So from the get-go, from the conception and design level. And so when it comes to the subject of labeling information, state-sponsored or otherwise, they need to be involved in determining what qualifies and how that relationship's expressed. And that process needs to be transparent. So our recommendation, and that is the only way that the citizens are going to buy into the final policy. So our recommendation is the following, very similar to what Tony presented. Select a citizens' assembly comprised of the public and advised by subject matter experts, and task them with designing a process for defining and labeling disinformation across search engines and social media platforms. So this would be a multi-step process, would begin with at the educational level, educating people about citizens' assembly participation, and then continue through a pilot project to test that model before scaling it up.
Okay, this concludes this part of the presentation. I hope we have given you enough food for thought and criticism. I will now call upon the young people, the students in our audience, to offer the first reaction to the recommendations that we've. No, you will speak from the table.
Yes, okay. Please stand up in front of the table. We have a little picture. So we're here from Michele Castrazadi, Larissa Mokel, and Elena Vocal from the International Youth Think Tank Fellows, who will challenge everything that we just put in front of you.
We'll try our best. Hi everyone, I'm Michele and I'm part of the International Youth Think Tank. And what we want to do from the kids table here is to challenge a bit some of the proposals in the reform package. And I want to start from saying that we as humans, we really struggle to think outside our box. And you don't wake up one day saying, I want to think outside my box, and you suddenly come up with original ideas. That's not how your brain works. In order to be original, you need to talk to different people. We have done that, and I will soon tell you how. What we are afraid we see here is a lot of speaking in a bubble, in a way that in a lot of the roundtables you have had, I can imagine what sort of people were there. And, in a way this, as a consequence, renders your proposals very much institution-centered rather than people-centered. We have seen a lot of imposing rather than enabling, a lot of pushing rather than pulling. And in general, this is very top-down. And top-down is always good, of course, but we have talked to the people, and I will soon tell you how, and we have heard different things. So since last year, we have started running open chair democracy talks, which I will now refer to as OCDT. In an OCDT, we go to the street and we talk to strangers. It's very simple, but I assume that most people here have never done it. And what we hear from the people is very different from what you propose. And the biggest difference is that instead of the people wanting something imposed on them, they want space and time to bring about change in their own terms. So for instance, when you talk about citizens' assemblies, people like that, but they don't want to be given a specific time and location and topic. They want to be given a community room or a digital space to discuss politics whenever they want and to talk about what they want. And in a way, there's a challenge to your proposals because the people want more space rather than things. And they have the energy to bring about change. And I guess I will now leave the floor to my friends here that will tell you a bit more specifically how we plan to give space to the people.
Yes, so what we would suggest for the following years of the Building Block Initiative is the one point of including education as an own building block by itself, because we think it is so crucial for people to feel confident. For example, in the information recommendation you brought up, we think it would be more efficient to target the problem by its roots, because we think just labeling information as disinformation, that's just a symptom. And we think educating the people enabling the people to identify disinformation by themselves is much more efficient. And another point we want to bring up is the institutionalization of the youth. So let me show that in the proposal of the party membership. We think including the youth organizations of the parties more, on the one hand, in the party politics, as well as in the national legislation, would be very efficient, because the young people then would have the feeling to be included, and that might bring them to the point that they feel they can be engaged in party politics more. And I also here want to mention one of our proposals we brought up in our own youth conference 2 years ago. That was a membership for young politicians. So one politician in office can be a mentor for a young person who is at the start of his or her career.
So now on a more general note, we found a general lack of acknowledgement of individual rights and needs regarding gender, race and age in your proposals, in the building blocks. Acknowledge these rights and the needs will enable the widening of the electorate and a shift from democratic nations to democratic people. This will allow to address issues such as low election turnouts that we recently seen in, for example, Sweden and Italian elections. As you mentioned very many times, as you pointed out, and as we found in our open chair democracy talks, we found that people feel distant, too distant from the political stage. They perceive politics as something that is elitist and very far away from them, creating a breeding ground for populism to grow and become extremely influential. So what would it take to change this? Again, in our open chair democracy talks, we found that people are more easily engaged on a local level. So local democratic participation is more effective. So why not? Let's start from there. Reshaping these recommendations, your recommendations, and adapting them to more local realities. Let's change the scale of democracy. So let's expand from the institutions to the people in the city, in the towns, and in the streets. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those, and I'll be talking to you afterwards to get your notes.
Yes.
We will have some other youth hacks later on today from the Global Liberal Arts Alliance students as well, so be ready to hear those. Now we'll have a short break, about 10 minutes just to stretch your legs, get a quick cup of coffee, and join us here again to hear from the reflection group in 10
Yeah,
minutes.
I would like to point out, before you all go, that the next stage is going to be the sort of critical one. First, we will hear from the people who first helped get this whole thing intellectually off the ground. And then, of course, you'll have something like 3/4 of an hour for an open discussion, perhaps even more. So you'll all be able to vent your criticism and your opinion, and we will be able to answer it, because I think we already have urban sort of things to say to what you're proposing. So enjoy your coffee, and please be sharp about coming back. Thank you.
Come again. I didn't catch what you said. Come again. I didn't like what you meant. I think I'm running a subtle version to you. Someone must be looking after me, making it so very easy to forget about you. Walk right past, look right through, and I feel a thing. Well, I suppose it gotta happen when someone's just too cool. And I know all the tracks around the block, you wanna leave them there. You don't get a second to cool. Yeah, cool now, don't you be warming up, leave the message as short and sweet. Asking if I like to meet, just like the first time, not the first time I got that golden dream and didn't get you out of my head, but I remember, oh so clear, well there's good reason that you're not here. Ooh, 'cause I'm over it, yeah, feeling remarkably fine. I'm over it, yeah, feeling remarkably fine. I'm over it, everything I did to you. To you. To you. Stuck in the middle of loneliness, stuck in the middle of patheticness. I did so many things on purpose just to hurt you. And now I'm feeling so much regret for putting you through so much stress. I'm such a difficult case for you, for you. Thank God you don't remember all the things I did. Thank God you don't remember everything I said. Thank God you don't remember all the things I said to you. All the stupid things I said to you. To you. To you. All the stupid things I said and did to you. I'm stuck in the middle of emptiness, stuck in the middle of patheticness. I did so many things on purpose just to confuse you. And now I'm feeling so much regret for putting you through so much stress. I'm such a difficult case for you, for you. And thank God you don't remember all the things I did. Thank God you don't remember all the lies I said. Thank God you don't remember everything I did to you. All the stupid things I did to you. To you. To you. I'm sorry about all the things I did to you. And it's just the same for me now as it is for you. Is it just the same for you now as it is for me too? Is it just the same for me now as it is for you? Is it just the same for me now as it is for you? Except thank God you don't remember all the things I did. Thank God you don't remember all the lies I said now. Thank God you don't remember everything I did to you. All the stupid things I said to you. To you. To you. All the stupid things I said and did.
arts, baths, music, drinks. In just a few hours from home, why not make your next weekend a Greekend?
Greekend.
I just had a massive one.
Do you know what's better than a weekend?
A Greekend!
A typical Greekend starts with coffees. And then, of course, sun, sea, shopping, hi, food, arts, baths, music, drinks. In just a few hours from home, why not make your next weekend a Greekend?
Greekend.
I just had a massive one.
Do you know what's better than a weekend?
A Greekend!
A typical Greekend starts with coffees. And then, of course, sun, sea, shopping, hi, food, arts, baths, music, drinks. In just a few hours from home, why not make your next weekend a Greekend?
Greekend.
I just had a massive one.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to get started again. Please take your seats so that we can begin, so we won't get too far behind.
Okay. Are we ready? All right. Let's start again, please. And I will now call upon the reflection group to give us the reactions to what we've said and to the proposals. Professors, I will leave it up to you to decide in which order you are going to intervene. I will simply say, please, no more than 5 minutes, each of you. And I've got a clock in front of me, and I intend to apply it. Okay? Thank you. You can talk. There's a microphone on the table, and you can use it.
Working?
Yes. Okay. Whoever... please introduce yourself. It's better than if I do it. Susanna, you do it. You introduce yourself.
So my name is Susanna Cafaro. I am professor at Università del Salento in Italy, where I have a chair, a Jean Monnet chair on supranational democracy in European Union law. First of all, let me thank you, all of you, because your contributions are precious not only in a discussion about national democracies, but also on any kind of real and futuristic democracy. I mean, transnational, supranational, international. Most of the issues are nowadays above and beyond the states. So I think we need more and more of citizens' engagement at all levels, not just at national level. I have just a little comment on the report. I would like to add another part, or suggest to add another part, on information, not on misinformation, but really on information, because I think we often lack information, especially on civic engagement. Let me offer a little example. We had last year the conference on the future of Europe. We had 4 citizens panels of 200 people randomly selected. 1/3 was under 25, so very representative also of the new generations. And we had also an online platform. And these two distinct tracks collected about 300 proposals for the revision of the European politics. I wonder how many citizens know about that. And what is interesting is that on September 14, the President von der Leyen pointed out in its statement of the on the State of the Union that these panels of citizens, which are your assemblies of citizens, are going to become a normal tool for European legislation on some topics. So what you're envisaging is already becoming reality. Once again, I wonder how many citizens know. So as we are here hosted by the Athens Democracy Forum in association with the New York Times, I really would like to see more information, not just more avoiding of misinformation. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Nikiforos Diamandouros. Long name, it's up there so you know what I am. I want to thank Anthony and Achilles for the invitation. I think this is very much of a worthwhile exercise that's posing central questions, but at the same time I think it is very challenging because it calls upon us to try and think on another level. Let me be specific. I retain from Anthony's introductory comments his passing reference to the importance of conceptual aspects of democracy. And this is something that needs to be, I think, brought into our own discussions. Let me be very specific. One of the recommendations that came out was, should the Citizens' Assembly's recommendations be obligatory or not? At the conceptual level, if you're talking about liberal democracy, liberal representative democracy, you cannot go obligatory. I'm sorry I'm being professorial here, but I think the big issue here is if you take away the option of your representative to be able to decide on his or her options by making it obligatory, then you're denuding the notion of democracy of its representative function. So it's a dilemma. I don't want to be understood as telling you what can and cannot be done. What I'm telling you, the rich exchange of views here is posing dilemmas, and that's exactly what this whole exercise is, to in fact address dilemmas. Second point, citizens' assemblies. I very much in line with what was said a minute ago. This whole movement has its roots, and I wish to emphasize that, in the Treaty of Lisbon. The Treaty of Lisbon introduced for the first time the idea of referenda, the idea of going to citizens, and therefore the challenge again before us is how do we expand that? How do we make it more applicable at a wider level? Now here comes the catch again, and another dilemma. Now, so my 5 minutes are designed to put dilemmas before you. Okay, so here's the other dilemma. Very much in favor of the idea of bringing things down to the local level. In Government 101, forget I'm an academic. In Government 101, we learned that one of the functions of parties is that they manage to bring together disparate interests and aggregate interests. If you bring everything down to the local level, how do you aggregate? Again, I'm not challenging, I'm putting the dilemmas in front of us so we can in fact deliberate about among ourselves together creatively. Last point. Again, Anthony's one of Anthony's central points, which for me is extraordinarily important, is the realization of one of the central dilemmas and central problems in democracy today is lack of trust. So the issue of trust, how do you build trust? How do you address alienation? In this 21st century gathering, it's nice to have a reflection back to one of the central findings of an unknown sociologist called Karl Marx. Yes, trust. And how do you build trust and how do you address distrust? And I'll be very specific here again, and I will conclude with that. One of the striking conclusions that I heard was that the citizens' panels expressed an interest in distrust in technology. Barked in the early 19th century, it shows my age, in the early 19th century, there was a movement in the United Kingdom which was in fact driven by the desire to destroy machinery, which was in fact endangering jobs, in the cottage industry and all that. So in other words, here you have another dilemma. The distrust of technology has to be coupled, and the youth panel said that, by education. You need to bring education in trying to repackage, reorient the whole thrust of the understanding of democracy. And I conclude with this because I'm mindful of the time. Let's be very clear here, and this was part of the presentation, but it has to be a central part of the presentation. We're not talking about democracy. We're talking about liberal democracy. The liberal democracy is not only rule of law and human rights, it is, if I may so say, also basically free and fair elections. So you need to have the three parts: elections, rule of law, and human rights, to speak about the type of democracy that this panel and this initiative and this foundation is trying to promote. Not any type of democracy, and there are many types of democracies. Okay, electoral democracy being one of them, which of course can become a travesty. So I want to conclude with that simply, one last point. Local, yes. How about the supranational? Don't we want to give any thought about the idea how democracy can insinuate itself into something called the European Union, which in fact is pretty much a democracy without the full underpinnings of everything, and I think it should not be forgotten or done away with. It's another important dimension, particularly in this area. Thank you very much.
I'm George Pagoulatos. I'll start with a sobering point and an optimistic point. The sobering point is that we have not heard something that we have never heard before. But it is impossible to hear something that has not been stated or written before. There have been millions of pages written on these things. The optimistic point is that it is very important that we have renewed attention to these very significant, very vital issues for our democracies and our well-being. The renewed attention and the renewed discussion and deliberation is what makes a difference and what leads to more active citizens. Now, I will make a prescriptum in my point, and part of it picks up on where Nikiforos left, because this is a discussion about the resilience of democracy. The resilience of democracy vis-à-vis political demagogues, vis-à-vis misinformation and disinformation, vis-à-vis the manipulation or indifference of citizens, and also vis-à-vis crises. And we have been seeing crises in democracies, and democracies are receding in the world. Democracies are not winning around the globe over the last 10 years, 15 years. And one of the key tests for democracies is their ability to handle crises, especially crises that are exogenous. And most of the crises that we have seen in Europe, for example, since 2008, when the global financial crisis started, and then a whole avalanche of other crises ensued, was that they were exogenous, and they very much had to do with the ability of governments to coordinate, the ability of governments to delegate authorities and competence to the supranational level, the European Union, but also a rule-based multilateral order. And we should not forget that, because we need a functioning rule-based multilateral system. But they also have to do with the ability of governments to deliver. So I would say the first test of the resilience of democracies is the competence of governments. And of course, this does not have to do only with the executive, it also has to do with the other branches. And I've very happily heard the proposal on the introduction of the fourth branch of government. It is important to keep in mind that citizens' assemblies are there to support legislative and parliamentary institutions and not to substitute for them. I had the privilege of being Greece's citizens' representative for the European Conference on the Future of Europe, and the experience there was very important. But part of the importance was how citizens came together with elected parliamentarians and politicians to deliberate on practical challenges and realistic solutions. And the proposal, therefore, to bring together civic representatives with experts is something that we should start from. The importance of political parties, it cannot be easily overstated. political stability and democratic stability rests on strong national political parties. If one looks at how and why Trump rose in the United States, a lot of it, not the whole picture, but a lot of it has to do with the weakness of the political parties. Contrast that to the stability of the party system and democracy in countries like Germany, where political parties have a strong tradition in terms of organization and in terms of resources. But of course, contrast that to the demise of the party system in Italy after the 80s. Strong political parties, which, however, were not sufficiently accountable and transparent. So we need the combination of strong political party systems, but also accountability, transparency, checks and balances, all the guarantees that the rule of law in liberal democracies offer. Important thing, parties also need to compete for the attention of citizens. And the greatest challenge of democracies is how you can mobilize the interest of citizens and bring them together to become active citizens. And this is very difficult to do in prosperous societies. It is even more difficult to do in societies that are on the path of development, where citizens are facing real challenges of subsistence on a day-to-day basis. And it's also very difficult to do at a time of misinformation and disinformation. Because what we have been witnessing over the last couple of decades, at least, is that the null hypothesis of liberalism, upon which our liberal democracies and our pluralistic systems have been built over the last couple of centuries at least, that if you allow all the views and the narratives to be aired freely, truth will emerge, truth will shine. This has not held. And it will not come as a shock to you that truth has not prevailed. And hence we are discussing about fake news, we're discussing about how to govern the public sphere of disinformation and rule upon the ability of platforms and the ability of malign actors to bring about campaigns of disinformation. One proposal I would add to the very important proposals that have been made is that the algorithms should be in the public domain and should be subject to public regulation. Whether platforms lead you to other news and how they operate and they generate feeds in your, you can clearly see my technical skills there have been exhausted in describing what I want to describe, but I think you understand what I mean. The algorithm should be under public regulatory control. And a final point, and I very much agree with the point that Nikiforos made. It is important to strengthen local politics, local communities, yes, because that is the point where public policy meets societal needs and societal responses. After all, the notion of subsidiarity is premised upon this understanding, but it is also important to keep in mind that the sphere of pluralism and the checks and balances of pluralistic democracy and the countervailing forces operate at a higher level. In other words, lowering politics at the local level has advantages, but has a very important risk that it can render politics subject to the collusion of local interests without the oversight mechanisms and without the countervailing power that democracies offer at the higher national, let alone supranational European level. So it is important to keep this balance between the local, the communal, and the national in order to have democracies that are thriving in terms of liberal democracies that are rule-based, that operate in rule of law, and societies and communities that are responsive and based upon active citizens. So thank you again for the opportunity you are giving us to reflect on these very important issues for our democracies.
Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm Panagiotis Didonis from the University of Oxford. And I would like to say that the very idea that democracy is based on building blocks is really illuminating and useful. I have to tell you that one of the first references to the collective decision-making, though not in a democratic state, is that by Herodotus, who said that ancient Persians decided twice, once drunk and once sober. The very same has been said by Tacitus regarding the ancient Germans. Why drunk and why sober in assemblies? Because drunk means the heated debate. It means also the engagement that is needed in order for the people who decide to be part of the whole process and to be one team. And sober, of course, in order for someone to take the responsibility for the decision that has been taken. And I think that this is a key notion, the notion of responsibility. Which are the problems that we are facing right now regarding the building blocks of democracy? Which are those powers that want to disempower democracy? So the so-called, we should name them, the so-called illiberal democracies. I could name them, but I would like not to. Distrust in mass media, citizen disengagement, and of course fake news, and all these algorithms that have been used by powers and forces and countries that directly attack democracy. So what is the solution? I think that more or less there is a very clear tide of thought that says that direct democracy may be the solution. And to tell you the truth, I don't agree. Why? Because the very center of the discussion, as I said, is the concept of responsibility. This is why decisions should be taken for the second time sober. And direct democracy goes against the concept of responsibility. There is no one to blame, no one to credit for these decisions. And citizen assemblies, in my view, if we mean selection by lot, for example, there is a very big discussion in constitutional theory regarding whether selection by lot is direct or representative democracy, but I think that it's direct democracy because it's actually a way to avoid the problem of, many people coming together in a very same place, an assembly, an ecclesia. And also for the ancient Athenians who did not know the concept of representation, election by lot in the ancient Boule, for example, was an institution of direct democracy. So citizens' assemblies, first of all, we don't know who these people would be, and also we can be pretty sure that they could not be responsible for the decisions taken. So Nikiforos very wisely pointed out that we are speaking about liberal democracy. I would like to add that we are speaking about liberal, constitutional, and representative democracy. And in order for the citizen disengagement to stop, which is the problem at the end of the day, we need to show that the system actually works. And how does the system of representative, liberal, constitutional democracy work? Through checks and balances and through institutional counterweights. This means that the Constitution should be a limit to decisions taken by the democratic majority, but without taking into consideration rights or the way the state is organized. And this also means that there should be breaks towards a very big assumption of power by people who do not believe in the institution. So the final thing is, and the final question is, whether we have adequate institutional counterweights against, first, majorities of people who do not respect rights, and secondly, against majorities which actually want to break the rules of the organization of the polity. So we need actually people who believe in the very idea of political coexistence, which in my view is the cornerstone of representative democracy. Many thanks.
Well, I will open now the floor to questions and discussions. May I please ask If you've got a question, make it short. If you've got a point to make, please also make it short. The reflection group was kind enough to give us an extra 6 minutes, but I would like to allow as many of you as possible to ask questions and to intervene. I can see the hand there. Just 1 second. Give me 1 second, Carolina, as well. I just want to respond to a couple of the points that were raised by the reflection group. I'm sorry, I'm sort of exploiting my position as being here. But Nikiphore, you said it cannot be obligatory. Well, if democracy comes down to the local level and it is really the people's will to do so, why shouldn't that be obligatory? Or at least, why not shouldn't go to the other side as a sort of solution between the two sides, between obligatory and advisory, have the government obliged to explain why it does not follow the suggestion or the... Okay, that's the one point. In terms of what George said, Pagoulatos, about local and national, I think that the intention of bringing democracy to the local level was not for the local level to decide for things that concern the national level. It is bring local democracy for the local level. In other words, the communities decide what they want for themselves, and that sort of answers part of your point. And one thing that I would like to mention in terms of the youth hack, the role of education. Well, this is exactly one of the things that we did bring up, and we mentioned it very specifically in terms of digitalization. And it's very, very clear, and actually it's been one of the recommendations that we've made in a previous project that we carried out, which was called Democracy Catching Up with Technology, where we said that it is absolutely important today for the government to educate people, not only generally as a better education, but also in terms of the digital revolution. Otherwise, you do risk you do have a very great risk of having a new social divide. And that social divide is also going to lead to a political divide and to an economic divide. Okay, I'm stopping here, and I think there is, Karina, allow me, there were two hands at the middle there, and Karina, I'll come back to you right after this.
And to the extent possible, if you have a specific question about one of the specific proposals that was presented by our group of curators here, feel free to address your question directly to them or a more general question, and then we'll see who's most appropriate to take a stab at answering it. We have the microphone.
Can I proceed, sir? Should I proceed?
Yes, go ahead,
okay.
Please.
Thank you very much. My name is Basisana Danji. I'm from South Africa, the Northwest Provincial Legislature. Firstly, I would like to really welcome and appreciate the presentations. It's very empowering to some of us. Some of us, our democracy is still at a developmental stage. But one interesting matter that I want to talk to, and I'll be very short, trust me, Chair, is on one of the recommendations that political donations and fundraising should be limited to contributions that are from individuals living in the particular area. I'm not sure how are we going to regulate that. I'm not maybe in favor of that proposal because at the same time it's very limiting. You'll understand that most of the contributors of these donations are business people. And the business people as a sector, they do their business everywhere. I might be from South Africa, I might be from wherever, but doing business somewhere. What does this from where you come from mean in terms of if we want to restrict, if the proposal's intention is to restrict those kind of businesses? Because also as government, we have the responsibility to support democracy. Because sometimes as much as we want to correct, we must not kill political parties. We must also be seen as supporting political parties. The last one, is in terms of before that one, the other thing in that one is that our funding model between government and political parties might not be the same from one country to the other. Maybe from South Africa, it might be something different in terms of how do we support democracy in funding political parties as governments. It's very important so that as we agree in this kind of a recommendation, we are very sure that we have covered the other space. The second one is there was a proposal there in terms of reducing power of the executive. And I fully agree that maybe the legislatures are not that strong. But if we are honest to ourselves, the main reason for legislatures not to be strong as such, one is the issue of capacity. Legislatures are responsible for making laws. They need to be more capacitated so that they are able to do what they have to do in holding the executive accountable. Because most of the executives, they have more money than the legislatures. In terms of our system, the legislature might be the one that appropriate money for the executive, but the fact of the matter remains the money comes from the executive. The legislatures will only get a little cent from that. So how do you reduce that power from a heavily funded executive with little resources as the legislatures? Somehow very difficult, of which I really support the recommendation that indeed we must find a way to reduce that power, but we must also deal in terms of the funding part of it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. I know that Luca has a few remarks that he'd like to make.
Thank you. The question about the limit to yes, we'll talk about a limit to only individuals in electorates being given the right to contribute to political parties. So in terms of donations, I mean, these are sort of questions which, of course, this forum here is not necessarily the best arrangement to sort of discuss the details of this. We didn't, but the recommendation that was made in particular in Australia and Sydney was to also cap it. So in fact, what's the cap? So there is an advocate, an ex-parliamentarian in Australia who is very enthusiastic about this whole question of donations and reforming donations, and he talks about a $200 cap. So in Australian dollars, that's what, 150 US, something like that. So it's not a lot of money. So the question of whether businesses will influence political parties, well, that's always going to be a risk. But we're actually talking about, and the reference here is specifically to the case of just individuals. So it's not people, it's not businesses. Only individuals in the particular electorates can actually fund political parties. Yeah, thank you.
Carolina?
Hello, I'm Carolina Vigura. It's been a wonderful panel, and also I feel very honored to have been able to contribute a little bit to the building blocks. Whilst I was listening to what you have been saying, I have been thinking that two notions basically were crucial. The first notion being process, democracy as a process. The second notion being resilience. And I have been thinking about the law of entropy as defined by Schrödinger, who basically claimed that entropy is a fate that every physical being has to suffer. So a stone which is in the air, which is left in the air, will just dissolve. A drop of ink will dissolve in water, etc., etc. But there is a kind of physical beings that is capable of resisting entropy, and those are living things. Now, when you think about democracy, it's a little bit similar. Democracy is a system which is created by humans, ergo living things, which is capable of resisting. And so, basically, the life of democracy, the process of democracy, is basically about resisting entropy. And when resilience is being discussed by experts on democracy, they basically say there are two kinds of resilience, democratic resilience. One is the onset resilience. This is the healthy organism. Everything is fine. The institutions are working, the checks and balances are working, everything's fine. But there is also another kind of resilience, which is the breakdown resilience. The breakdown resilience is when democracy is already affected by authoritarian episodes, just like my democracy, Poland, or just like another European democracy, Hungary. Then, if we make statements, if we make recommendations which are how to make resilience stronger, we may feel trapped because we make recommendations for a healthy organism, but the organism is actually sick. So I would like to ask all of you, basically whoever would like to answer this, as for the recommendations that you have mentioned, for the fields that you have been working on, and the roundtables have been working on, how would you, which recommendations would you say would be most relevant for those countries that are already affected by authoritarian episodes, but still there are democracies? Only they have a lot of flaws and they are under a lot of tension from the politicians who are having these authoritarian tendencies. Thank you so much.
Who would like to tackle that one?
Anybody?
I think it's a complex question, and I think it brings up maybe the biggest difficulty in what we're doing here. Because I think when we're talking about democracy and public participation, here we're still addressing a world that has changed. Because you're talking about authoritarian regimes or politicians that are using the very fundamental tools of democracy to change the way the democracy works and to bring it to a different scale. And I think the answers are not found here because we're still talking about things that maybe could have helped a few years ago. And I think just like the UTHAC said, this calls for a thinking out of the box. And a democracy has the right to defend itself and use the same tools that are used against it. So I think in a sense, the tools that are needed here are, you were talking about misinformation and labeling. I think where I come from, the people who are reading the misinformation know it's misinformation and they like it. So labeling won't do any good. I think the other thing, or the opposing idea, would be to tackle those tools with the same but the opposite kind of thinking tools. So we're not talking about public participation now in places like Hungary or I think, or places such with such shift within the democracy, but I think the thought should be around using the same tools to defend the democracy rather than try to re-educate. That's it. Yeah. That's my optimistic view.
Does anyone else from the group here want to comment on that?
Nobody? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for the statements right now. I think there is a certain conundrum in representative democracy itself that we always, and what Amir said was very very good statement about that when he said we're talking about something that is in the past. I think our perception of representative democracy was always that by representation, ideally, the best ideas and the best people emerge. But we're clearly facing a world where that is not the case. One could even ask if that ever has been the case. we have to acknowledge that without saying any names or countries or parties, where I think that's not fair on a global panel like this, but what do we do with a people that elects a government, more or less free and fair, that does not adhere to the rule of law and to democracy, and then continues to have that support or even increases that support by being representative? That is a conundrum, and to be honest, I would very much overstep my expertise to say that I can offer a solution for that. I recently came across a kind of figure which intrigued me, was to say, I can't quote the name anymore, but saying that there's a theory of communication to speak in long cycles of how communication develops. So you have speech, you have science, you have printing, and now you have digitalization. And if you imagine the time frame that encompasses, we're talking about hundreds of years, thousands of years even, and applied it to democracy, one could make that point that we're, in our short perception of lifespan, we're still very much at the beginning of how democracy evolves. And we're right now at one of the first big stepping stones, and that is to realize that we ourselves can shape reality. That is what people like Donald Trump did. They created reality by just shaping it out of thin air, and I think that is something that we did not imagine to happen in our ideal of representative democracy, and there were lots of points which were already said here, which I think can counter that in smaller ways. Certainly education is one. I think capacitating legislators, the legislative and independent from an executive is another. But I think we have to be aware that this is a major stepping stone, probably not being over in a few years.
Just a very short comment. I think that, Carolina, the issue that you raised is really how you deal with illiberal democracies, because this is what is happening in Hungary, and I believe to a certain extent in Poland. And I think that this is probably the most complex and difficult issue to deal with. And I must say that this discussion is guilty of implicitly thinking how to strengthen democracy or liberal democracy with all the additional adjectives that Nikiforos and Panos added, and which are very much to the point. How to strengthen this kind of democracy. In other words, we're looking a little bit at what we're doing in the countries where democracy does exist, because this is where democracy is at its greatest danger. Look at what's happening in the States. If democracy falls in the States, then I don't know what the result is going to be. And I think that implicitly we're guilty of looking really at strengthening or making democracy more resilient, where it's actually a liberal democracy. That's all. Colombe, I think you had your hand up and you wanted to.
Yes. Hi, I'm Colombe. I co-founded a pan-European political party and a global grassroots movement, and we worked a lot on democracy. And I work with tens of thousands of people across the world, and I understand that putting together such consultations is very difficult. But to be honest, none of the proposals are relevant to my life, nor to the life of most people I work with. And I think this is because of the process you put in place. So if I understood correctly, and to jump on the point of the International Youth Think Tank, it was mainly some people in a room discussing what the issues with democracies were, the focus you want to put on it, and then asking very specific input on the different points you discussed. However, this cannot lead to very relevant proposals when it comes to democracy as a whole. And that's for three things. One, the definitions you gave of democracy are not widely accepted. That's not how I see democracy. That's not how most people see democracy, simply upholding the rule of law and human rights. It's much wider than this. Then the assumptions you made about what needs to happen are not widely shared either, I think. You mentioned realism. I don't believe we need realism in democracy. I think we need very strong idealism to not shift a bit the needle. We're very much past this stage, but to create an entire revolution. When you see far-right movements taking over Europe and the world, we don't need a little shift in needle. We need much more. And as a result, the proposals that you made don't represent what people actually want or need. Just to say it, I love citizens' assemblies. I think a lot of those proposals are relevant, but they are not the fundamental issues we face. You don't actually talk to what we need. And for this, you need to redesign the whole process. I think you need to start by asking people what their issues with democracies are in the first place. My issue with democracy is the fact that it's extremely hard to access politics, not because of party structures, but because you have huge barriers to democracy. In France, to run for elections, you need a whole lot of money that mainly comes from you and a few people, and then you need to be able to print ballots, it's extremely expensive, etc. Those are the issues in order to be able to access democracy. You talked about voting. Who has the right to vote in the first place? You talked about misinformation. How do we get access to information? It's great to label, but who has this access? Do you need access to internet and so on? So I think there's a lot of good work that has been done, but it needs to be very much refocused in order to be relevant for the people. And for this, I would suggest to be a bit constructive, to actually take it and stress test it for real. And this means asking people, okay, look, we've done this. Those are relevant proposals. People have discussed them. There's validity to them. What are the key missing points? What are the stress moments in your life when it comes to democracy that you would like to input on? And then we can complement with our proposals. But I think unless you let people identify issues themselves, it's impossible to come up with real solutions to their democratic problems.
Thank you. Thank you, Colombe. And
thank you, Colombe. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Good. Yes. I just want everybody to know that Colombe has just been appointed on the board of the Democracy and Culture Foundation. So this is the kind of stuff that we'll be talking about in the think part that I mentioned earlier today. That's it.
That's one of the things I was going to say, so I'm glad that you did. And also just that we are taking this into account, that is the next step that we want to go to, is sort of the process itself, looking at the process, but also taking it to the citizens and to a much wider community to comment on the process. But Luca has something.
Yeah, I would like to ask our rapporteurs here if they want to respond to Colombe, because she's made a very valid point.
No.
It is something that, as Achille said implicitly and Kim explicitly, we're already aware of this. So I would like to have your opinions as well. And I know there is a gentleman over here who is also going to just give the rapporteurs a moment, and then I'll get back to you. Okay? Tony?
Would you like to comment?
And I'd like to respond to a couple of the points, but starting here, thank you very much for that feedback. And if I'm hearing what you're saying, we've actually done this in the wrong direction, right? That we should have started with, we need to start talking to people about what it is they care about, and then move forward from that basis. And I accept that entirely. As we go through each of these processes, each of these phases, we keep hearing, here's how we would course correct, right? Or maybe we scrap it all together and start from the beginning. And I keep going back, I was focusing on the power of information, and we talked about disinformation. And I'm just trying to figure out what can possibly be done in this space. Amir made reference to this already, that you've got people who don't care if it's labeled misinformation or disinformation. They're going to believe what they're going to believe, and they're satisfied with that. There were some comments from the youth hackers over there about this being a top-down approach, about the bubble. I'm curious from your perspective, and I don't want to throw it back on you because I'm reporting from a group, so I hope it doesn't sound defensive. I'm just trying to get a sense from you all, like when the rubber hits the road, I don't know if that's an adage that translates very well, but when we're talking about the real practicalities of it, what can we do? And I'd like to hear from you, because I think your point is correct. If we're not talking to the people who are impacted by this every day, we're not going to get anywhere. But I'm curious, when it comes to the practicalities of it, whether it's engaging with people wherever they happen to be, I think the suggestion was made that they need time and space. How do we gather people so that we get the things that they care about, be able to boil it down so that we can have an adequate discussion? I'm just curious, starting with you maybe, what do you think is a practical approach? No, please, if you'd like to begin, and then I'd like to hear from them as well. Yeah.
So I'm really not an expert on misinformation, but talking to people, the first thing I would say is, again, access to information in the first place. So it's not labeling, but it's having access to reliable sources of information, which means freedom of the press, but also well-funded and trusted media sources, which is not the case in a lot of countries. You don't have independent, non-partisan media sources to be able to trust in the first place. So you don't know if what you're hearing is simply, a very radical vision of the world or a very conservative one. So for me, when you talk about information, that would be one of the first things I've heard from people. And on social media disinformation, I'm not the expert. I trust that you are much more on labeling and so on. I'm just mentioning that if you talk about this, you need to understand that people have many steps before getting to the labeling part. And I've heard about education before. I couldn't agree more. If you don't start with education, critical thinking, and so on as well, there's no chance of actually being able to understand what's happening online.
And just on the point of education, which may connect to the table behind you, one of the issues that we keep seeing and we keep talking about, and maybe you have a different experience, is that at least in the United States, the problem with education when it comes to digital literacy isn't among the youth. It's people my mother's age who vote. They go out every election, they vote, and they're misinformed, and they don't have the digital skills to cope. So I'm curious if that factored into your thinking also back there when you mentioned the educational piece.
Just to reply to your question about the space and time, just thinking from the top of my head, this is the Athens Democracy Forum, and I truly believe this could be a space to hear what the people think. And there's very few people from Athens here. I'm just imagining how this could happen, that this forum is taken outside, and we let people come. And just imagining in my mind, seeing everyday people, everyday Athenians, sitting at these tables and telling you what they think they need. This was just from the top of my head. And this could be the space where we start hearing the people. And we don't make proposals that are made in experts' land, but in actual people's land. And coming back to education, we were asked this question during the break. And I think, of course, schools are the place where you need to start digitalizing kids, even from a very young age, because every kid has a phone nowadays. And it would be very easy to start from primary schools, letting them understand what is true or fake information. Coming back to your mother's generation, which is also my mother's generation, yeah, they vote and they normally lack the critical thinking that we all have in this room.
I'll take that, yeah.
It's a very difficult question, in a way. And that would probably entail using schools as education, not only for kids, but for adults as well, and long life learning and all these things that we've heard before, but we really need to stress that education should not end at my age.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
Thank you. Jarosław Kuisz, the Liberal Culture Foundation. To be represented or not to be? That is the question today. I think that it is fascinating to see that we started with the panel that is a practical one, but in fact it makes me think that it also reveals how theoretical it is. Because in fact what we are discovering all over the world is the pre-assumptions of democracy. And some of the pre-assumptions, we were talking a lot about fake news and disinformation. The point is that we are talking about the freedom of speech. And one of the pre-assumptions that were in place, and perhaps we were not aware of it, was a presumption that it is for a group of active citizens, not for all the people that could have a voice. And now the framing, the circumstances are different. Everyone have a voice, and it means that in this respect, the challenge is the framing of democracy and understanding of democracy in these new circumstances. We are discovering our own pre-assumptions that, in fact, are dating back to the ancient times, and, of course, perhaps after the French Revolution. It's all just to ask the last question. Perhaps should be yes, but we are talking about democracy and the whole vocabulary of democracy, but our language has been hijacked in many parts of Europe. And this is a huge challenge, because when we are having a country that is at war, and they are saying we are a peaceful nation, when we have a politician that is saying that is purely illiberal, and he's saying we are true Democrats, this is quite a challenge that is a kind of a false compliment to us, but at the same time it's a huge task, and that would be a question for you, how to cope with it as practitioners. How would you cope with it? Thank you.
Thank you. I can take one last short question, very short question. The lady there with the hand up. Yeah. Oh.
Thank you. I'm going to make a short comment instead of a short question, and you can respond however way you like. So Ms. Clone mentioned what the youth consider is the only way to approach this issue. We must get down to the roots of the issue, which is transparency and lack of engagement, such the inability to be involved in political decision-making. To go back to an earlier point made by the Reflection Group, I believe that we can add incentives for voting instead of making it obligatory, because then that removes the democratic aspect of it by making it obligatory. And obviously there is already the incentive of having the opportunity of choosing the representative that you most closely follows your belief when you're voting. However, citizens and youth specifically, and I believe I'm speaking on behalf of everybody for this, but we do not view it in that matter, because they feel like their vote does not count, or because the candidates do not resonate with them. So by making it more accessible and desirable, we can increase participation rates only if transparency is present. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wants to respond? Yeah, Amir.
I think I'll be answering a few of the last comments altogether by saying that this is sort of an academic approach of roundtables and trying to fix certain problems that will help us maintain resilience of democracy. I do think, like the both of you said, that transparency and involving younger generation as well as the older generation would of course help us more. But I think we must not underestimate the need for responsibility from the citizens also, because we can sit here all day and discuss how to bring people in, but we have to realize that not everybody wants to be a part of this conversation. And even though social networks give everyone a voice, at least in countries that they're still available, then still somehow or sometimes that voice is limited to what they want to talk about. They want to talk about their child's schools, or they want to talk about the taxes they're paying, or they want to talk about transportation. That doesn't mean they want to be a part of the whole conversation. So as Democrats and liberals, I also think it should not be obligatory, because people should want to take part in this democratic process. We have to, as a society, try to make it available for everyone and entice people to take part in it. But I think we'll be doing us a bad service if we think we fail just because not everybody wants to be a part of a process. So we must remember that sometimes people are okay with being by the process or next to the process and not necessarily a part of it.
Much, Amir. I think that will now bring this to a close. One very short comment. I think that this business about where you start the process is a little bit of a red herring. In the foundation, we think that it's a circular process, a continuous circular process. You bring in the experts, they express their opinion, you stress test, you take this down to the grassroots, you hear what the grassroots have to say, it may be completely different from what you've said, take it back again. And this is the way that we approach things. One announcement, we'll have a buffet lunch right outside now, and we will convene for the next session, which is on a charter for business, and where we will discuss very specific proposals about how the business community should change in order to help democracy become more resilient. Because this is an issue that has not been discussed and has not been approached in most of the discussions. I wish to thank all of you for being an excellent audience, for participating. I want to thank the rapporteurs who have done a lot of work for several months now. What you see today is the work for a lot of people for over a year. And I would like to thank you all for being an excellent audience. Have a nice lunch and see you in a little while.
Thank you. So back here at 1:30, I believe. I just wanted to say continue.
Thanks.
All the things I did, thank God you don't remember everything I said. Thank God you don't remember all the things I said to you. All the stupid things I said to you. To you. To you. All the stupid things I said and
Do you know what's better than a weekend?
A Greekend!
A typical Greekend starts with coffees. And then, of course, fun. Steam. Shopping. Hi. Food. Art, spas, music, drinks. In just a few hours from home, why not make your next weekend a Greekend?
Greekend.
I just had a massive one.
painted. The locket I stole from her held firmly in my fist. Shadows fill the room with animated ancient design. Masukuyane, her voice sliced in the silence, chanting in patois. She appeared through a deep black fog, skin blue and peeling. Her eyes burst into flames. A serpent-like tongue escaped her burning head, arched and slender, sliding in between my sheets. I felt the blood leave my veins, at which point I blacked out. I'm in deep delta. Everything is slow, fractal, kaleidoscope, color, sound melting into one. A faint smell of rum in my breath. Prudent is calling. The sound of her lover's laughter fills me with a rage enough to make me wake from my dream and relieve my suffering. She enters the trap. You got to slow. I got to slow down, slow down, let's go. Keeping it real. Keeping it real. Keep loving and feeling whole. You got to slow. I got to slow down that flow, sister. I keep keeping it real. Keeping it real. Keep loving and feeling whole.
Two little bad boys sitting on the wall looking over the big bad city, exchanging ideas about making some dough any way they can and quickly. Now one he ain't too fussed about the crust, just a crumb of the cake are doing fine. Blessed with an inkling, but the other's into sprinkling, zip to anything that shines. Now here's an idea, just hear me out before you shoot it down, says the hyper off the tune. Rules off a plan to beat the scammer for scams, and both in a truckload of booze. Now you know that girl with peroxide codes, you know the one that does the checks who's pretty. We'll bring her in and we'll be living like kings, we don't need no gun with them titties. Hold up, slow down, wait a minute, let me finish, boy you must be mad. I'd rather be free and poor than beyond the still dorm, man, think of that. Now you know those moments where the devil comes along and sits right on your shoulder. Contemplation station got you stranded at the crossroads, trying to win you over. Persuade ya, stand your ground, take a look around. Don't see no Batman wearing a crown. Head up, don't look down, don't turn crook now. Just keep your head to the skies. And if you can't do the time, then don't do the crime. I do time, the devil's playground. Two little bad boys sticking out the liquor truck. The decoy arrived on time. Fishnets, tight vest, boots to the thighs. Yes, she stepped to the driver with the line. Can you help me, mister? Said the young sister, there's something wrong with my ride. Why, yes, with a flash, she left from the dash with his eyes on big and wide. Now the two boys crept into the cab of the truck while she kept his gaze on her thighs. One put his foot to the floor, the other opened the door, put out his hand and got the girl in a ride. Tires all screeching, bouncing up the seats, and shut up, stop you screaming, this ain't no time for preaching. Hold tight, red light, buckle up, nearly there. This ain't your old fashioned blue in the mirror. Now you know those moments where the devil comes along and sits right on your shoulder. Contemplation station got you stranded at the crossroads, trying to win you over. And the grass looks greener, the meat looks plainer, tired of tasting the same. You want something sweeter, and you know better, but it won't let you. He's knocking at your door like a rent collector. And the decoy, abandon the truck and run. Go take off them boots, coming up on the roof. Hurry now, or our days are done. Next thing you know, like rabbits in a headlamp, the beam of light came from the sky. Circling around, come on, get your heads down. Damn, who said pigs can't fly? Now the chopper picked him up on the heat seeker can man. Damn, you ain't the stupid scams. Or was it the devil on the shoulder? The one like I told you shoulda won't you be the better man? Now the road under lock and key, you don't see him on that one no more. The grass is overgrown, man, there should be a home instead of behind a million thick brick wall. Dear little bad boy, what few has changed down here in the big bad city. Yeah, I'm still rocking mics and spreading your advice, but you know sometimes it's a pity. Time, the devil's playground. I do time, I do time, I do time, the devil's playground.
μιλήσετε μόνος σας.
Ναι.
Και
θα ζητήσω ένα κοινιάνι.
Και στο τέλος ζητάτε. Θέλετε να καθίσετε κάτω και να σας φωνάξει η Αντιγόνης voice of God. Ό,τι θέλετε. Θα κάνει voice of God η Αντιγόνη.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Vice Chairman of the Democracy and Culture Foundation, Mr. Antonis Kefalas.
Well, I hope you had a relaxing lunch. And our discussion today is going to focus on certain reforms that we propose should be adopted by the business community if the business community wants to support liberal democracy. It's known, democracy is at risk, not in the future, but now. Not only everywhere, but I will submit most urgently in the very countries that espouse it and practice it. Now, the premise of this presentation is that the business community is faced with a choice. With its present 40-year-old culture, business can thrive under liberal democracy as well as under authoritarian rule or illiberal democracy. However, it cannot hope to thrive and survive under liberal democracy because some of its practices over the last 40 years are against the very premise of liberal democracy. Let me take you into a small journey in the past. Faced with the heritage of the Great Depression, the destruction brought by World War II, and the allure in certain areas of socialist economies, Western liberal societies chose to respond. They adopted the philosophical principles of Lord Beveridge and of the Webbs to build a welfare state, and they used the economic revolution of Keynes to finance the welfare state. So, in essence, it was a political revolution primarily and not an economic revolution. What was the aim of the welfare state? It was to reduce inequalities and to promote social and economic mobility. Now, the business world at that time, by and large, adopted those principles. This was manifested in three ways, and this is important to understand if we are going to compare with what is happening today. First of all, there was a commitment to invest and to long-term profits. Number two, there was a commitment to competitiveness in competitive markets. Please note the distinction. Competitiveness in competitive markets. And the third was the responsibility to complement the offerings of the welfare state through company-centered pension schemes, health schemes, and so on. That experiment lasted for something like 30 years. Today, it is called, with a French phrase, les 30 glorieuses, the 30 glorious years. Now, the rise of stagflation towards the end of the 1970s, brought about by the oil crisis as well as by inordinate public expenditure, led to the questioning of this premise of post-World War II world. And at the same time, you had changing perception about the role of the state, which were underpinned by the rise of monetarism at the expense of Keynesianism. And this led to the adoption of a new environment that was exemplified with a very brief reference as the Reagan-Thatcher revolution. Now, that meant essentially that the state retrenched from its traditional role as regulator of the unregulated markets and as a guarantor of the promise for employment at the minimal standard of living. It also led to the adoption of a new business culture. What is the present? I would refer to this present situation, which I call free-for-all, with a word or a couple of words that have not been coined by me, but which I fully support. Present-day culture is casino capitalism. It is reminiscent of the unfettered capitalism of the late 19th and 20th century. With a huge difference, though. At that time, even the rubber barons created value. They may have not cared for their workers. They may not have cared about equality, but they created value. Today, casino capitalism does not create value. It extracts value. Why? Because business community today has concentrated on short-term profits maximization over long-term profit and investment. It glorifies competitiveness, but not competition, and it fights state intervention of all kinds. These are three main characteristics of the present business ethos. I would say that it uses corporate social responsibility as a veneer and an exercise in public relations. Though it professes concern for the climate crisis, if you look at the overall balance between the benefits and the negative parts, the net balance is negative. As we said this morning, democracy is a fragile institution. The rule of law and the rights of the individual must stand shoulder to shoulder with the economic opportunity for democracy to function and flourish. So, on this basis, and following a whole year of discussions in workshops and with other organizations, we would like to concentrate on the following reforms which we think that the business community should adopt if it wants to continue supporting and working in tandem with liberal democracy. The first one is to gradually replace quarterly reports with annual reports. You will say, is this a reform? Yes, it is a big reform. I will remind you, I will tell you for those of you who don't remember, that until the 90s, companies had annual reports, not quarterly reports. Then all of a sudden it became reports every 6 months, and then it became reports every 3 months. Now, this means that you have a lot of attention and interest to short-term profit maximization, and that's not helping in creating value. The second reform is to tie management compensation to key performance indicators that are not related to short-term profits, that are related to long-term profits, to long-term return on investment, and to the ESGs. The third reform is that although weakened, the Dodd-Frank Act should start covering alternative investments like venture capital, private equity, and hedge funds, which now are unregulated. They remain outside the regulatory authority. The fourth reform is to leverage the core principles of the Glass-Steagall Act to safeguard the stability of the banking system and increase consumer protection. Because ever since the Chinese walls between commercial and investment banking were abolished, we have the result that you have the banks themselves sometimes operating against their own customers. The fifth reform that we recommend is the merging of the financial and non-financial reporting. As long as non-financial reporting remains separate from financial reporting, you do not really have accountability as far as the behavior of the business community is concerned. And finally, we think that it should be obligatory for companies to have at their board of directors the younger generation. There is a huge problem within the generational gap. The younger generation does not believe in what we're doing, what we have done. They don't like what they're going to get from us. They don't like the inheritance. It is time for the business community to realize that they've got to bring to the table the younger generation, and this has to be done not only for diversity of opinion, but also to ensure that the new voices and the new attitudes are heard in the boardrooms. With this, I will stop. I think I've exhausted my 10 minutes, and I will ask now Patty Cohen, who is going to moderate the discussion between Susanna Caffaro and Alberto Alemano. Thank you.
Hello, welcome. Very happy to be here. And is that, okay. So I think we should just jump right in, and hopefully what we'll do is we'll have a discussion for about 20 minutes in response to these reforms, and then we'll open it up to some questions. So Alberto, let me start with you just to give some sense of reaction to these ideas.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment on Anthony's excellent remarks regarding the role that business plays or should play in our democracy. Let me start by saying that it is no exaggeration to say that the business sector is a bit the elephant in the room when engaging into a conversation about the state of democracy today. Historically, businesses have been ambivalent. On the one hand, they like to be neutral, apolitical, in order not to affect their bottom line, in order to keep everybody happy. But on the other hand, they didn't hesitate to mobilize their private resources in order to lobby and to capture regulators over the past few decades. So we see a tension existing within the business sector on how to position themselves in relation to government over time. This, however, is supposed to change. We all witness every day new expectations emerging by investors, by employees, by consumers and citizens vis-à-vis the business sector. We expect the companies to actually tackle many new issues like social injustice, environmental transformations, all phenomena that historically have been taken care of by the state. So business is a bit uncomfortable in these kind of new shoes. And we see a major transformation driven by greater public scrutiny. There are more and more people paying attention about what they buy, what they consume, for who they work for, on who they actually allocate their money. All this is relatively new, is giving rise even to an industry that we often call ESG, that try to capture this kind of demand. However, we also see today some difficulties for companies to suddenly have to be taken into account the social context in which they operate. Since the Industrial Revolution, a couple of centuries ago, industries didn't really have to internalize the negative cost they have on the planet. They didn't necessarily have to integrate in the price of the product they place into the market all these variables that are simply not there. We are paying products and services that do not reflect the true value those the production of these actual costs for services do have on the planet and on society. So all of a sudden they need to adjust, but they don't know how to make this happen. And obviously there is a bit of a gap between what many companies today are saying and what they are lobbying for. And I think this is the issue where we might have further conversation also with Susanna and you and the audience, and trying to see how the industry could become a force for good in rejuvenating democracy and governments for those jurisdictions that are not democratic yet, but they might become one day.
Susanna, here, this is a good point to have you jump in.
Thank you all for having me here. And well, I was fascinated by this charter for a business ethos, because business is really a building block of society, one of the important building blocks. And it's quite a stumbling block on the path of a new global order, because it's widely demonstrated that the rising inequalities in the last century has been a force against democracy. So what I did, I went through the 10 values and the 7 reforms, and I tried to bridge them with the democratic values and see how they can interact with the democratic values. So let me give just a couple of examples. Yes, so the first reform suggested is integrated the values of the charter in the mission purpose statement of the company. So having this in the mission statement is quite a game changer, because it's an assumption of responsibility. I think responsibility is a key word, because this means putting the face on the goal, and it's being accountable on that becomes being credible, and not only in front of consumers, but also in front of their own employees, in front of the governments and well, I talk about especially about the multinationals, which are often have no face. So means having a face, some kind of face. So this means having a company culture, but also helping consumers to vote with their wallet, choosing the values of the company. And this can be a strong asset if the company decides to go on this path of a business ethos. The second keyword, and I will stop there, is connected to the Reform 2.3, and is the long-term view, the broad view. So is usually perceived that having a broad view makes all the difference between a statesman and a politician. It means taking care of the environment of the future generations. So even if you see here a little reform, like deprioritize the quarterly result and go for the yearly result, this is the typical, the classical, I would say, little step in the long journey, as the Chinese proverb say. So let's move in the in the right direction. Go for the long term, and this is really all which makes a difference between taking care of the yearly budget or taking care of the planet. So it's broad, it's huge, but it's we can make little steps in the right direction.
So let me raise the question here, though. You know, the principles that Anthony outlined are all things that we can support or certainly debate. But in the current atmosphere, how do you get compliance? You mentioned, Alberto, you know, public reaction and that companies care about their image and that you could vote with your wallet. But is that really enough to kind of push businesses towards these steps in a way that would make a difference?
I think, yes, it is possible to transform this growing demand by investors, by employees, by customers and consumers in relation to the business sector by playing not only on social norms and on social demand and peer pressure that are capable of changing the market, but we definitely need to accompany that with profound reforms that I think Anthony alluded to when referring to corporate governance structure that need to basically put an end to the dogma according to which the only objective, the only social purpose of a company is to maximize shareholder value and to actually oblige the board members to actually take into account of the impact their decisions have on many other communities, starting from the employees to the planets, and therefore turn themselves into what we call benefit corporation, which is the first attempt as a really bottom-up movement to give a legal status to companies who actually are doing much more than the others in order to convey to us their commitment to a greater purpose. So this is an attempt at operationalizing this phenomenon, which already exists. It affects few thousand companies around the world. We have half of the US individual states that have this benefit corporation. We have approximately 3-4 legal statuses, Società Benefit in Italy, Empresa con Proposito in Spain, we have one in Switzerland, but there's a lot of resistance, you know, within company law, company lawyers, and countries around the world to accept this paradigm shift from shareholder value all the way to a stakeholder, a multi-stakeholder capitalist. So this is certainly a tool, right? Combining this demand, leveraging on the public demand and the private demand, and turn it into regulatory structure that will somehow crystallize this demand and force a new way of doing business in a way which is much more meaningful and, more importantly, that enable you as an investor, as an employee, as a consumer and citizen to hold accountable those companies for these kind of new promises.
Okay, so Susanna, let me
Yeah, I think in the same direction we have the green bonds, the ethical bonds, so people can, not only as buyers but also as investors, can push in the right direction. But I would like to add the political dimension, because we all know the SDGs are, I wouldn't say failing, but lagging quite behind the scope, because this 17th goal, the partnership for the goal, should in theory involve the business community, but I don't see much of this involvement right now. And I think that the point about inclusion in the ethical charter is important, because inclusion doesn't mean only including people working in the company. Inclusion means also involving the local community. We have seen for decades that big companies, multinational companies, often trade jobs for destroying the environment. So people have to accept this threat, this terrible choice between their health, their environment, and their jobs. And they should have this huge paradigm shift, become a force for good, being a net positive. So not just not doing significant harm, which is now one of the new European Union mantra, but do something good, which is a completely different thing. I mean, not doing harm is just decent. I mean, not polluting more the water or the atmosphere, but doing something good is depolluting, is providing better health, better care for people. And I think this is a cultural shift. So I think the Democracy and Culture Foundation has it because you cannot disconnect democracy and culture.
So what is the role of the government, though, in terms of not only perhaps nudging companies, but to what degree compelling them?
May I answer?
Yes.
I think they should involve them in deliberative democracy processes. I mean, just like the internet governance, for instance, sees the involvement of the internet companies, we should see more of problem solving involving the companies in the field, in the area. For instance, we have a food crisis at the moment. It would be good to involve also the big companies of food in discussing solutions. So the other side of taking new responsibilities and being more accountable should come with more involvement, more political involvement. And this could be a sort of reward. So you have to invest more, pay more care to people, but on the other side you gain more power because you are involved in the political decisions, even if I totally support the representative democracy, but I think these processes can complement and integrate representative democracy, offering solutions which are shared with the business.
Let me get Alberto to jump in.
Yeah, I tend to disagree with Susanna on this specific point, not only because I'm trying to keep you awake after lunch, but also because I really believe that companies already have a seat at the table. We don't need to give them an extra seat at the table, but we should rather tell them that in order to deserve such a seat at the table, they need to they have their business conduct much more responsible. What do I mean by that? Today we see more and more companies, as I was saying today, they are becoming greener, they are taking care of their environmental footprint, they are taking care of their social footprint, trying to clean their supply chain. There's one footprint they are not taking into account at all, and this is their political footprint. This is their lobbying activities. This is their way in which through trade association, too often, they hold progress because they are basically saying one thing, but they are lobbying against it. We see this more and more often is happening in the climate space every single day. You have a company that is making great statement, is even becoming greener and social. We all recognize it and we praise it, but they are still member of a trade association, which might be any trade association you have in mind, which is lobbying against this transformation to occur in the timeline that, for instance, the Paris Agreement imposes on us. Unless we unpack and make visible this decoupling that companies sometimes in an undeliberate way do, we're not going to be able to make any progress. So from extractive economies all the way to climate change, to international taxation, these are issues we haven't been able to solve for 20, 30 years simply because companies didn't play the right role. They were not constructive in coming up with policy solutions. They were cutting the corner. They were not investing into the democratic process. They were rather free riding on that process. So unless we rebalance the representation of interest before decision makers, we're not going to be able to make any progress at all.
But that's exactly the question, though. How do we rebalance that? Because we've seen in democracies all the time that there's this oversized interest that corporations have. You can see it in tax policy in the United States. You can see it in France's opposition to having a pipeline come from Spain because of the power of the nuclear industry. So, you know, let's talk a little bit about nuts and bolts for a second. Like, how would you actually do that? Susanna, you were going to say something. Yeah.
Not just for keeping you awake, because I agree with him. They already have a say, but it's not visible. So what I want is having them visible around the table with politicians, but also with all the other stakeholders, with the trade unions, with consumers associations, with environmental organizations, human rights associations. I think that a real multi-stakeholder table is the only solution for avoiding this apparently representative democracy and having all the others behind closed doors. So I don't disagree with you. I totally agree. They already are there, but I want them to be visible.
Right.
Visible and taking responsibility for what they say.
So, and then the mechanism.
Right. I definitely agree that business should be part of the solution and not only part of the problem. There's no doubt. But however, we have a problem, right, in interest representation, how the interest represented, right, how we can make sure that we allow all the interests to be around in order to allow decision making to take the better decisions. And that's exactly where I see companies to actually play a role which is much more proactive. What I have in mind is to have companies to exercise self-restraints and not to sit at the table, not to meet a political leader unless the other interests are also seated at the table. Why? Because in the long run, it will be in their best interest, in the interest of the industry and in the interest of society, to actually have public policies that emerge from a process which is co-created, which is somehow representative of all the interests at stake, rather than winning in the short term and getting a quick wins today, but then getting a backfire coming from the public, given the increasing scrutiny. So that's where we have to make it visible.
But do you think that really we could kind of stamp out back channels, that even if companies agree to that, I'm not going to sit at the table unless, you know, all views are represented, that doesn't mean I'm not going to be on the phone in the back room calling my representative?
I would say there is hope. I see an emerging accountability ecosystem made of non-profit organizations, progressive investors and progressive companies that are really, on a proactive basis, try to lobby responsibly. So they talk about corporate political responsibility as a new approach that basically leverage on the sustainability moment in order to allow new practices to emerge. In a nutshell, it's about what Susanna was saying. It's about making visible what is not visible. We don't know how much an average company pays in lobbying. We don't know how much it pays in political donation. We don't know how many trade associations are supporting. We don't know how many experts they send to government to influence the decisions. We don't know how many think tanks are supported in order to craft evidence that is going to be supportive of their claims in the policy process.
So should there be requirements for those reporting?
No doubt, no doubt. We need to have mandatory disclosure requirements in the framework of the non-financial reporting movement, which is really emerging from the SEC all the way to the European Union, to the UK, to Japan. This is emerging. But as you said, this will never be able to capture all the different phenomena and subtler forms of political participation companies are going to be able to invent. And that's why we also need to play. You know, I'm a law professor. I should tell you that the law will fix all problems, but it won't. Right. So we also have to create this kind of new mechanism of social pressure and social accountability so that company all of a sudden will start behaving differently. So the working assumption, and I'm going to wrap up on this, is that, and this is the question I want to ask you provocatively, is how the world will look like if all companies would have had their political spending, their lobbying expenditure public. How would that change? And I think the working assumption is that they would need to reassess how they position themselves politically. An example, IBM is a company that decided not to longer support political parties, so no political donations. Some other company decided to disclose proactively all their lobbying expenditure to allow their investors, they are very curious, they want to know more, their employees to know, but also their consumers about how politically responsible their company are. Are they adding to democracy or
I'm just going to cut you off there only because we're almost running out of time, and I know that we want to get a couple of questions from the audience. And so, are any of the students from the Global Liberal Alliance here, Ame or Jordan, who want to ask a question? Okay, go ahead.
First off, good afternoon. Thank you so much for having us here today. as you said, sirs, ma'am, my name is Amay Ganguly. I am a student from Flame University, India, and I have the privilege today of being a delegate representing the Global Liberal Arts Alliance at the Athens Democracy Forum. So I, as a student of finance and economics, definitely understand that the Athenian Charter is a novel way towards a more inclusive and sustainable business world, one which prizes not unbridled greed, but one which adds value to each citizen it serves. But I have a few comments on the first and second reforms, which, frankly speaking, I feel there's a lot of leeway given in the language, so this is just my attempt to address that. So the first reform itself, the one demanding the abolition of the quarterly earnings reports, it doesn't take into account the fact that these reports actually help maintain transparency between the regulators as well as investors with the firm. Without said reports, the firms, public and private alike, if they do submit these reports, they find more space to mislead investors and the public. These reports are also in tandem with the topics being discussed over here. They're also very helpful for a firm in investigating which business practices may improve sustainable profits as well as improve their ESG scores organically. Now, without these reports, we run the risk of repeating 2008 all over again. We run the risk of not knowing whether these firms are operating in a financially healthy manner or not. Now, moving on.
I'm just going to stop you there only because we're running out of time. And Jordan, I want to get in your comment as well. So, do we have more time for? Perfect. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. I've got zeros on my clock here, so.
It's perfectly fine.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, the second reform, now that's the one which asks for the linking of key performance indicators to management compensation. Now, this is already something that's been done, but this has, in various literature, not shown any effect on the diversity or the ideological inclusivity in any of the large firms that we see in, whether it's Forbes 500, whether it's the NASDAQ. All of these firms continue relying on age-old business practices which have nothing to do with key performance indicators of the 21st century. Now, the fact that this reform doesn't take into account how the company achieves improvements in the specific KPI category is, quite frankly, distressing. A company can achieve improvements in KPI scores, as is well known, by using strategies which only achieve cosmetic changes to both the business as well as the management of it. So today I can stand here confidently and say that I propose the creation of qualitative review documents which highlight how a firm plans to achieve its KPI review and achieve its goals, as well as for what purpose. It's very important to know why a company wishes to be more inclusive, wishes to be more diverse. Is there any end line to it, or are they doing it for the sake of betterment of society? That needs to be made well known to the public so that it can be there for public discernment. Now, finally, we see that this solution that I've just mentioned, it's a more expensive and a lot more time consuming. But from my perspective, that's the youth perspective, we have never shied away from challenges just because they are more expensive or time consuming. And thus the business community cannot shy away from this challenge because at the end of this, the prize is a better world. I'll be passing it over to my colleague now.
Hi, my name is Jordan King. I'm a student at Franklin University, Switzerland, and a delegate here with the Global Liberal Arts Alliance. So I'd like to touch on the second reform mentioned in the Athenian Business Charter, specifically the section about management compensation. With this charter having the goal in mind of democratization and protecting liberal democracy, I think it's incredibly important that the first step for businesses to be democratized internally. They would do this by reducing hierarchies and thus adding an emphasis on the compensation for employees beyond the management level. All employees, regardless of level, should be compensated for work regardless of a hierarchical structure, which would increase equality within business and thus promote important liberal democratic values. Additionally, regarding equality and equity in businesses, the second point of the second reform suggests that one of the measurements for how management will be compensated will be based on equity KPIs. This reflects the importance of gender and ethnic diversity in businesses, which is incredibly important to focus on. However, I believe the best way to do this is to increase diversity, equity, and inclusion-informed hiring and business practices to holistically create more inclusive environments for all employees. My concern with this being measured as an equity KPI is that companies would implement so-called diversity quotas, which would, rather than create these diverse spaces holistically and in a comfortable manner, instead it would tokenize marginalized people in their place of work. Additionally, I would like to touch on the 6th point of the Athenian Business Charter, the creation of a youth representative body. The age group suggested, 17 to 29, creates age diversity and representation in businesses, which are often limited to older populations, but I do not believe that this is enough of a variety of perspectives. I believe there also should be a diversity of genders, races, and class backgrounds represented, including a diverse range of higher education institutions attended by its members. This would introduce a wider variety of perspectives and focuses, as different individuals would prefer to focus on specific aspects of this charter's goals, from business ethics, treatment of employees, diversity, and sustainability. With these reforms, I believe business could effectively adopt practices centering diversity, equity, and democratic values in their operations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Susanna, do you want to start by either responding to
Yes,
either
with
of
pleasure.
those?
Thank
we
you.
only have a couple of minutes, but go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, thank you both. I think it's great that young people engage in defining for the future codes of conduct and ethical requirements. This is exactly what I think young people should do. And of course, your suggestions are very interesting. Of course, if we mean these kind of charters being sort of codes of conduct just to have a sort of label on the companies to say this is more ethical than that because it has subscribed to this and that charter, we can make it long as we like. Of course, the longer we make, the lesser support we are going to find among the business community. So maybe it's the challenging thing is finding what is really what to focus on, which are the key points. The other possible utility or function of this kind of charters is defining what is so good to be financed to people wanting to finance something good. So green bonds, ethical bonds, or whatever bonds are also public spending. In the European law, for instance, we had this taxonomy to decide what is green, what activities are green and what are not in order to get public financing. There is also a social taxonomy at the study, and I think it will be even more challenging of the already extremely challenging green taxonomy. I would love to see also a diversity and gender balanced taxonomy to see what is really deserving public financing or the choice of financing by the public. So we can decide what we do with these charters and then forge them accordingly.
Alberto, maybe you can respond then to the other point.
Yeah, I really welcome your input. I think we lack imagination as a society when tackling problems like democratizing work and how to do about it. And some of your ideas, I think, would fit very nicely into the charter itself. When you say, well, one possible way to democratize work is to increase the youth participation, and I would go even further. Why don't we also integrate future generation and we identify a mechanism that will also force companies to be a bit more long-termism in the way in which they take their decisions. So we need more of those ideas. We really need to praise people like you who take the time to read the documents and trying to make sure this is going to be much more comprehensive. But we also need to find the champions who are going to be signing up this charter. They're going to be supporting, and that's where we also need people like you. So connecting the dots with entrepreneurs who work in big corporations, in big companies, and who might be very much incentivized and feeling proud if their companies will be abiding by those principles. This is the kind of buy-in we need. We need companies who lead instead of following. And most of the companies at the moment, they follow. and we don't really know how to distinguish those companies genuinely, authentically committed to transformations and those who are simply greenwashing, pinkwashing, whitewashing, and all kind of washing you can imagine. So we need you to actually do this scouting. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone. And that'll wrap up our panel for now. And I think there's a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. There is no break. We will immediately proceed with the next session. Thank you.
Εγώ νομίζω ότι βιαστήκαμε να το κόψουμε. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let us start, please. Okay. For those, hello. Can the room come to order, please? Okay, for those of you who are wondering what I'm doing up here, I can tell you that that's the last time you're going to see me today. So, we have to move now to the next session, which is the digital toolkits. I would like to mention that the digital toolkits or digital tools are in effect, to a very large extent, referring to tools of deliberative democracy. Deliberative democracy is, of course, what we've been discussing all day, and it also has come out that it may form part of the business community. Because as Alberto Alemanno said, in this morning, the great elephant in the room was the business community. A friend of mine has said that we have black swans and white elephants. Black swans are the things that come unexpectedly. White elephants are the elephants that are sitting there. We know they're a problem, but we don't mention it at all. Now, before I go on to the proper digital toolkit, and because the previous session was cut rather short, let me ask if there are a couple of questions that someone wants to raise, because the one session is really a continuation of the other. So if there is a question that jumps into the beat, yeah, Mr. Economikis.
So, yes, thank you very much, Mr. Kefalas. Actually, it's not so much a question. It's, let's say, the one that was saying from time to time, thinking loudly. So, I noticed very carefully all this discussion with the new business ethos, and I was wondering when we fulfill the old one. So, I repeat, I was noticing very carefully all this discussion for the need to create a new business ethos. And I was wondering when we have finished with the old one. So, and I will try to elaborate more. So, coming backwards, 7 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, around 2015, correct me if I'm wrong, the countries of UN agreed on SDG, correct? Social Developmental Goals. So, which is 17 Sustainable Developmental Goals, we all know, which I believe outline a platform that its support would be fulfilled in 15 years. And it was something that was agreed by academia, governments, industries, by everyone, that period of time. Aiming to improve the quality of the world that we're living. And my question was, again, I'm saying it's not a question, I was thinking just loudly. What progress we have made as of then? How have we monitored what we have achieved? And we're coming again, we're discussing almost the same issue. So, do we need really to develop a new platform, or we need to find how we will execute whatever we have agreed?
Okay.
Thank you very much. I believe that I haven't confused you.
No.
Thank you very much.
I'll try to give a short answer. First of all, when you've got 17 different goals, and I'm referring really, because the ESGs are really an outcome of the 17 sustainable growth, sustainable development growth targets. When you have got 17 of them, it's very easy to say that I'm doing the one or the other, or for everybody to concentrate on what is the least expensive for the company. So, for example, what we've got today is that a lot of companies are saying, yes, we are obeying the 17 goals of the sustainable development, but we're really pushing all our attention on climate change, which is happening. And of course, climate change has become also a little bit of a joke, because as I've said this morning, there's so much of greenwashing, and Alberto said it, any kind of washing, that it's not operative. So the problem is you've got too much goals, number one. Number two, we're reaching a stage where you need to have priorities. And if you really ask me about it, I would tell you that the priority is inequality. Why is it inequality, and why that should have been the one goal that every company should go for? Because inequality is what is destroying democracy today, liberal democracy. And the third point is that the ESGs as a measure have not developed. The E's have developed, the G's have developed, but the social indicators have not developed. So you do not have a complete picture And on the contrary, what is happening with ESGs now is that there's a lot of confusion and a lot of ineffectiveness. That's why we must move away from them, or if we continue to adopt them and to use it as a base, we've got to give priorities. Because the problem right now is not business per se, it is business and democracy. That's why we're talking about the elephant. To talk only about business is wrong. In the same way that my friend before said there's transparency, we'll get transparency with quarterly reports. Well, you don't get transparency with quarterly reports for the very simple reason that everybody concentrates on short-term profits and not on long-term profits. And every businessman and every manager tries to maximize short-term profits. Well, short-term profit maximization does not mean investment. That's why we don't have investment. That's why we have low growth. The problem there, if you want to have transparency, is to merge financial with non-financial reporting. This is where the great takeaway is. So that answers your questions about the ESGs. Now, in terms of ethos, I'm coming to this. You need a new ethos in exactly the sense that you need to go back to business that have a long-term point of view. And if you're going to have a long-term point of view, you then also need to bring in not only stakeholders, which again has become a joke, because everybody talks about stakeholders, but nobody really cares about them. Not only must you bring in stakeholders, but you must also bring in the younger generation. And when I talk about the younger generation, I don't mean the 29-year-olds. I mean the 17-year-olds and the 15-year-olds. These are the ones that should be at the table in the business community, not the 29-year-olds. The 29-year-olds are gone already. They've come out of Harvard and of Princeton and Stanford and Chicago, and they've been formed already. They cannot offer diversity of view because all the big universities, and especially in the economic profession, and I'm an economist saying this, do not offer diversity. They offer orthodoxy and nothing else. Okay, I'll stop on this and get on with the digital toolkit, which is really another way of looking at deliberative democracy. Specifically about today's digital toolkit and the meeting we're having, I should say that this is the outcome of a project that the Democracy and Culture Foundation did last year. That project was called, you want me to interrupt now? Because I see a hand up there, but I have to get on, sorry. That project was called Democracy Catching Up with Technology. And it was quite important for one very simple reason, because it tried to find the way in which major issues, open data, artificial intelligence, the rollout of 5G as an enabler of technology, and information, disinformation, impact on democracy. What happened is, again, in a process that I'm sure if Colombo is here would object, there were a panel of experts that discussed it. These were stress tested by citizen panels, and a number of recommendations came out. This was done in cooperation with the Ministry of Digital Governance because we were trying to leverage the beneficial points of the Greek digital revolution, because there has been a digital revolution in Greece in the last 3 years. So what happened is that these roundtables came out with a large number of very specific recommendations. We put them in order and we asked the ministry to identify which of these recommendations it wanted to look further in from the point of view of society. They've done this, they've identified about 7 of them, and this phase of the digital toolkit is the phase in which the Gruen Institute, in collaboration with the Democracy and Culture Foundation will choose the right tools of deliberative democracy so that it can provide the ministry with the input of what citizens think of the specific policy recommendations. Of course, once you use this, this is immediately both scalable and exportable. So from many points of view, again, something that was mentioned this morning, Athens is being used as a virtual incubation lab to get tools, results that are scalable and exportable. Now, I will stop here. I would just like to say that we will also be, you will also see a presentation of the Orbis program. The Orbis program is an artificial intelligence boosted deliberative democracy tool, and it has received a Horizon grant. You will see it will be presented to you by two people who have worked very hard on it, and it ties in with the rest of the thing that we're doing. So at this point, I will call on our panel to come, right? Okay, I'm done, and thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're all awake after lunch and a long day. So I am Noah Landau, Deputy Editor-in-Chief of Haaretz Daily, Israel's oldest newspaper, with an English edition in partnership with the New York Times. And I am very happy to be here at the Athens Democracy Forum on its 10th anniversary. So much has changed in the past decade in the way we think about liberal democracy and the new and old threats it faces worldwide. For those who followed this event in previous years, you already know that the theme of technology and democracy is a very important pillar at the Democracy and Culture Foundation. And this session, the Digital Toolkit, is the second phase of a joint project in partnership with the Greek Ministry of Digital Governance, examining the impact of tech on liberal democracy. So roundtables of experts and the public came up with policy recommendations, and the ministry has chosen some of the policies it wants to focus on and implement, together with the Berggruen Institute. So in this session, we will elaborate and discuss how these tools can be used to strengthen liberal democracy by making citizens more engaged in policy-making processes. And with us today is Leonidas Christopoulos. He's the Secretary General of Digital Governance and Simplification of Procedures at the Ministry of Digital Governance, and Don Nakagawa, who's Executive Vice President of the Institute. So, Secretary General, as we are watching latest events in Italy, for example, apparently these elections had the lowest turnout in the Republican history. And today I also saw a very interesting report on the Kati Mirini about the massive drop in voter turnout here in Greece as well. And where I come from, Israel, facing yet another election, everyone's also talking about participation. So how can tech encourage citizens to be more engaged?
First of all, let me thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to participate in such an interesting panel. I don't think that anybody has the exact answer on how technology can support democracy. Democracy is a form of government that has been around for many thousand years, and especially parliamentary democracy for hundreds of years. So the issue here has to do with how much information, what kind of information do citizens get regarding the political process in general in each country. So in that respect, technology can be used in a good and a bad manner, of course, as we all know. Technology can support the dissemination of information. It can make the information more available, more accessible to citizens, thus making them much more informative and able to participate in the electoral process, which is, of course, is something that is necessary for democracy in order to participate. In that sense, the way information is being dispersed through different channels, through technological channels around the globe and around each country is, of course, a very strong element of democratic process. On the other hand, we do see issues having to do with fake news, with populism, with the rise of populism, and a general, a negative, let's say, stance towards the democratic process that we've seen throughout the last years. I think it's a matter of trying to, at least in Europe, trying to regulate the whole process, trying to be able to find the mechanisms to be able to support valid dissemination of information in order to support the democratic process. I personally believe, and this is my true and in-depth belief, that technology, at the end of the day, can be very supportive to the democratic process, because democracy itself needs to be adjusted to how technology moves along, and it moves in a very quick pace. But it also means that institutions, political institutions, need to cope with this technological change. And we need to move forward to what I would call a more adaptive governance from the political institutions, from the democratic institutions, being able to incorporate these technological developments that are happening in a very rapid way in order to be able to understand, well, firstly to understand how the technology works, incorporate it in the democratic institutions, and be able to present it to the citizens. For me, it is a matter of empowering institutions to understand how technology moves, because it's not always the rule that institutions, political, democratic institutions, understand how technology works and adapt to how technology works in order to be able to encompass it, to adapt it, and be able to function with that in order to empower democracy. But at the end of the day, I believe that technology can be a huge facilitator of the democratic process in the near future. Probably, and I would like to believe that we are in this transitional period where you get these lower turnouts due to the fact that it is a transitional period in terms of how technology is being developed throughout the world, and at some point technology will be incorporated and support the whole democratic process.
Don, how can tech encourage citizens to be more engaged, and what kind of specific tools can you share with us that are part of the project or just in general that could lead to that?
So, first of all, thank you so much for having me here, and congratulations, Achilles and Anthony and Kim, on this fantastic event and your 10-year anniversary. I couldn't agree with more with like 10 things you said. Technology drives change in society, right? It drives us to change Every institutional, social, political, or economic development throughout history has been precipitated by technology somehow. Technology opens a new opportunity space for us. It also presents a lot of challenges. And the discussion we had this morning presented both sides of that. Technology in itself, believe it or not, is ambivalent about what direction we go in. It's up to us to actually proactively manage it in a way that allows us to utilize the opportunity space that it creates for us. So when we talk about tools for digital democracy and tools that help, the fact is, despite low voter turnout, that's an indication that people are already looking for alternatives. The digital world is where we actually operate politically, right? People are very active politically. They are debating online, they are going to GoFundMe sites, they are petitioning government, they are doing all these things or protesting the streets. People are actually very politically engaged. By not showing up at elections, what they're telling us is that the society has moved on and elections are not enough. That's not how they want to express themselves politically. That is not a form of engagement that they think it suits their aspiration. So it's up to us to have the courage to actually change our political system in a way that allows them to participate in the ways that they've come to know. And that is about digital tools, I believe. Of course, we want people to come together in person and so on as well. We don't want to completely discount that. But digital tools could be at the center of really revolutionizing our democracy in the ways that we were talking about this morning. We're going to enter into a phase, and we are in a phase of great experimentation with all of this stuff. We're at the beginning of a learning curve before we land at a system that seems to make sense, and those systems might diverge and be different depending on where you are, what the context is, what level of government you're operating at. But already there are tools in place, and there are tools that are incredible out there. I think we're furthest ahead in something called participatory budgeting. There are so many digital tools out there to bring people together to deliberate and discuss what their budget should be, and they do this on a very local level. There's deliberative polling. Jim Fishkin out of Stanford has done tons of deliberative polling around the world. It brings people together to get deeply immersed in issues and come up with some sort of a consensus opinion or vote on measures together. And there are Orbis is another one that I think we're going to talk about today. It sounds so promising. So the idea that we could use digital tools to really deepen people's engagement and participation in ways that the society is already evolving towards, I think is what holds promise for what democracy will look like in the future. And we have to take that opportunity space really seriously and have the courage to experiment with it a lot. I think as we showed this morning, yes, there are a lot of questions on the table. There are a lot of things we still don't understand about how it could work or what we might lose in the process. And that's all fine. That's exactly the kinds of conversations we need to be having while we courageously experiment with the tools that are available to us.
So we're talking about tools that allow the government to share with the publics and include them in democratic processes and also poll their opinions from time to time. But should elections, for example, be done digitally with all the problems that, of course, I'm sure at the Greek ministry you're also considering?
Well, in order to use this type of tools, you need firstly to have gained the trust of people, both in institutions and those tools as well. Let me just tell you that if I follow a very concrete, very specific train of thought, I would tell you that even before with the election, we said that one of the goals of the government was to gain trust in the institution of government, trust in the political institutions, because at the end of the day, that is where democracy fundamentally stands upon. Trust of people towards institutions and towards the whole process. Now, there were several reports that said that trust in government and trust in political institutions comes mainly from how government, for example, one of the main tools is how government provides public services to the people. The best way that you can provide, if you have the best way to provide public services, then they see that there is an affirmative correlation and trust in political institutions goes up. What we did and what the plan was, the first place, was to improve the provision of public services through technology. And that's why we focused a lot on simplifying, digitalizing public services, giving the people an alternative to do their daily, let's say, work with the Greek public administration, with the state, with the government, in a very quick and effective way. And that has shown that trust has been gained. And I'm not saying that like that because I come from the government. If you go and see the relevant indicators from the OECD, for example, there is an indicator saying, which is trust in government. And in the past 3 years, Greece has raised its ranking a lot, and it remains there for the first time after like 15 years. It has remained for 3 consecutive years very high on this ranking of the OECD, which actually says that people trust institutions or feel more comfortable in trusting the institutions. Once you have gained this, which includes technology, of course, because technology was a vital part in gaining the trust, then we can start discussing about how we can use tools for more, let's say, how would I call it, the democratic process, the electoral process, which are more heavy, more significant processes, because they need this fundamental of trust in order to be able to be implemented anywhere in the world, not just in Greece.
So I assume during the pandemic that was also an opportunity to test and increase the use of these digital services and increase that trust that you're talking about. So Don, do you think the pandemic in that sense helped to experiment these tools?
Yeah, certainly. I think we all lived through a pretty intense moment during the pandemic, and our reliance on digital tools and the extent to which they interfered with our lives and intervened in our lives was actually really meaningful. I think it did push us forward. It also reminded us that we actually like to be together. We actually really like that, and we don't always want to be on Zoom.
People are still coming to conferences.
They still show up. So it did remind us of that. But I think the trust that my fellow panelist is talking about is a trust of competence, right? Again, it's about meeting people where they are. What are their expectations now? We live in a world where things are customized, real time. I can get it when I order it. I expect the whole world to operate in a certain way. I can stream the whole show in one night if that's what I feel like doing. It's what I want when I want it. And yet government, I get to vote every 4 or 5 years, and if I don't like what I bought, I get to return it 5 years later. That's not the
every
pace.
Year if you live in
or
Israel.
every year if you live in Israel. But that's not the pace that doesn't meet the pace of social expectation. Governments have to respond. They have to figure out how to do things the way people expect them to, and in order to be trusted as being competent, which is what the Greek government did. They brought the services, they put them on digitally, which I can't say in my country. We still don't have a lot of those options. Trying to transact with government is an archaic, slow, frustrating, bureaucratic process that contributes to the distrust. So yes, digital technology can and should be used to actually improve the relationship between the state and the people, and smart governments are doing this really well. So can we extend it to elections? I'm definitely of the mind that I don't see why not. I mean, there are countries out there that have given everybody a digital ID, done it with incredible levels of security, and they can vote online. I don't see why other countries can't do it. It's really a question of political will, and participating in the political process with integrity. I was just talking today with somebody who's involved in UK politics, and it mirrored very much what's happening in the United States, where they're trying to the best of their ability to make it impossible for people to vote. That's not democracy. That's not democracy, but that's political weaponry, and that's what's happening. And so if this is what our electoral democracy is producing, these kinds of representatives who really don't represent our interests at all and actually would prefer we had no voice, then that's not a democracy I want, because it's not democracy at all. So how do we change that and ensure that we're creating government for and by the people in ways that make sense today. And I think deliberative tools and bringing people into the process and allowing people to feel the agency of engagement, participation, and decision making, that's the only way that we're going to have a tolerable democracy in the future.
So here's a more critical thought towards the end of this panel. Deliberative democracy often also could sometimes also be used by populists and cause populism. When you poll people, you know, on every decision the government wants to make, or when sometimes leaders believe that the popular sentiment isn't necessarily what the country needs, what do you do then?
I'd like to take a crack at that. So I think this has been brought up a couple of times today. There's a misconception. Deliberative democracy is not direct democracy. Those are two very different things, right? We have direct democracy in California, and it's a mess. It's a total mess. Because direct democracy is going to the people and allowing special interests to manipulate public opinion to get what they want. It's an up-down vote, it all happens in one moment, and the people aren't actually deeply informed. No, deliberative democracy is when you get a small group, a mini public in the room, and deeply inform them. This group must be representative of a larger population, but given the time to tackle really hard and controversial issues, people overcome their political bias and the divides between them, truly try to understand the issue, and come out with a decision that is in the interest of the public good. And we've seen it happen again and again and again. It's actually one of the best ways to tackle the hardest problems. If you look at what Ireland did with their citizens' assembly process on the question of whether abortion should stay in the Constitution, it's the model that everybody looks at now. But they literally gathered people from all over the country. They spent weeks and weeks and weeks studying this, and those people in those rooms came to a very different conclusion than they had made going into those rooms. And the whole country looked at that and said, okay, well, if I had 6 weeks to study the issue, those people look a lot like I do, maybe I'd come to a different conclusion. So don't mix direct democracy with deliberative democracy. It's not the same thing.
And of course, if I understand correctly, it is based upon what you said, weeks and weeks of information sharing, of arguments being exposed from one part to the other, which is very vital for what I would call a deeply democratic process in order for an outcome to reach. So I would totally agree with that. And I would say that this is one of the best ways, or it seems one of the most efficient ways to come to a very concrete conclusion after all these discussions.
How do you see Greece developing these tools in the future? What specific tools do you at the ministry consider using in the future?
Well, for the time being, we're very much focused on continuing our job having to do with the provision of services. In my opinion, in this world, in order to gain trust and to be able to empower democratic processes and institutions, you need to be to have an adaptive governance, okay? And the best way to have an adaptive governance, because institutions are, especially in the government and public administration, they're not very flexible to change all the time whenever the time is needed, then the space in which you can be adaptive is the digital space. So we want to become adaptive there. We want to provide better and better services towards citizens, and slowly, once the trust both on government as well as on technology, which is a very important thing, because we also need to have awareness campaigns, we need to have a reskilling and upskilling agenda for citizens and employees. At that point, we will start discussing about the more, as I said, heavy democratic processes that we should know how, and we should decide on how we're going to approach them in the following years.
Thank you so much. And I would now like to invite this session's youth hack. So are they here? We have two students here with us. Valentina Rodriguez and Awi Watanabe from the Global Liberal Arts Alliance.
Hello. Firstly, thank you for the invitation and for the space. My name is Valentina Rodriguez. I'm a student from UCFQ in Quito, Ecuador, and Aoya and I are delegates from the Global Liberal Arts Alliance. I think that the digital toolkit is a wonderful idea to increase civil engagement, but I believe that when it expands to other places, it will face a great challenge. For the digital toolkit to succeed, it is essential that people trust the tools and the associated processes. However, in most Latin American countries, like Ecuador, and in many other regions, as you all say today, people currently don't trust their government or anything that they say. My understanding of the digital toolkit system is that, first, there is initial data, such as statistics or census, that will be processed by the government to create summaries. This will be used to inform the public about possible policies. Then, the digital toolkit will be used to collect ideas and opinions from the people to generate data that could be used as feedback for the government to improve policies. But what happens when people think that the summaries displays are a lie? Or that the data generated by the toolkit, such as polls, could be easily manipulated? The result is that the public will not participate. Thus, the objective of the toolkit will not be achieved. A solution that I propose is to make the data and the associated processes available to the public. So, everyone who wants to review the info and the process can do it. This will fuel the trust in the government, but most importantly, I think that NGOs, universities, institutes, and news channels could, 1, improve trust by confirming the transparency of the process, and 2, use the data to make additional insights or solutions that could be used to tackle related issues of today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Aoi Watanabe, and I come from International Christian University in Tokyo, Japan. Today, I am here with Valentina as one of the student delegates for the Global Liberal Arts Alliance. So I believe that the digital toolkit consists of the 3 components. The first component is to make sure that the people are informed about the issue so that they can have a context. If the public doesn't understand the topic, the opinions that come from them will be invaluable. The second component is to become a place of deliberation and idea creation around the issue. And the third component is to serve as a platform for citizens to provide feedback to the government. The digital toolkit is a promising idea indeed. However, I have a concern and a recommendation to follow that up. I am concerned that the use of the digital toolkit may skew the results based on the demographics of the population that is comfortable with using technology. For example, let's take the elderly people. Some of them do not understand how to use the internet or how to make full use of it. Also, people in rural areas, they might not have access to the internet in the first place. However, if we take the longer-term view, those problems are possible to be solved. For example, us youth will be the elderly population in a few decades, and also wider areas will have access to the internet. Also, if we take not only the longer-term view, but perhaps take a broader view, such as introducing civic engagement through education, students can learn about governmental institutions, decision-making process, and the ways to use the digital toolkit. This would give them a better understanding once they need to provide their inputs through the digital toolkit when they are older. My hopes are that this digital toolkit will encourage further civic engagement, not only in Greece, but in many parts of the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. These are 2 great topics. One is the importance of data transparency to increase trust, and the other one is how to make sure everyone is included. Do you want to maybe briefly comment on these 2 questions before we move to our next presentation?
I don't have anything to comment. Both issues are very important, especially the one that has to do with data transparency and data protection. We have been very quick in our response. One of our first laws in 2019 was the necessary framework to incorporate the GDPR and the privacy, let's say, regulations of the European Union. We also incorporated all the necessary directives very quickly regarding data, but data, data is like something that needs to be protected, but also needs to be used in order to have all the necessary innovation, all the necessary information towards people in order to be able to participate in the decision-making process, to participate in what we would like to achieve through this deliberative democracy tool. So, in essence, I would call it the heart of each policy regarding both the empowerment of democracy through technological tools and the protection of each citizen to be able to be better informed for participating in these processes.
Don, how can everyone be included? How do we make sure that even elderly people, etc., are included?
So important. The idea of including the voices that are actually the most reluctant to participate is one of the big challenges of deliberative democracy, and it's incredibly important. If you aren't careful about the selection process when you go into a deliberative process, you end up with the self-selection bias, right? It's the activists that show up, and that's not going to help you get to the answer that's in the public good, in the interest of the public good. So extra efforts have to be made to find those people who are not engaged, who are hardest to reach, who are maybe marginalized from the process historically and don't feel like they should have a voice. And so I think it's like, it's potentially done right, it's the superpower of the process, is to get these people to come to the table and to actually engage. And that's how we get the best answers. But just going to the transparency part, I think the struggle that we have between transparency and privacy is a struggle that we're having today, but it's evolving into something quite different. The hierarchical, opaque structures of the past are socially and politically intolerable to the younger generation. They don't understand it, it doesn't make any sense to them, it's not the way the world should work. So I think when we reinvent our institutions and our systems, we have to think really carefully about the kinds of characteristics we embed in them. And the things that we think are de facto normal today are definitely going to be thrown out in the future. And we have to be prepared for that.
Thank you. Now let's discuss an AI-boosted solution for deliberative democracy with Nikos Karakapilidis, who is a professor of management information systems at the University of Patras. And we have with him Dimitris Tsakilidis, who is co-founder of Novel Core. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Good evening from our side. Let us, first of all, I speak also on behalf of Dimitris in the beginning. Let us thank it's a privilege, and we are very happy and excited to be here. I want to thank personally Dr. Kefalas and Mr. Tsaltas for inviting us here. I also I want to let you know that we are computer scientists, both. So our talk will approach the issues being elaborated today from a software engineering perspective, let's say. And we'll be talking about a solution that we want to develop in order to boost, actually, I could say to co-develop with through a close collaboration with Democracy and Culture Foundation to boost deliberative democracy. Let me summarize a few challenges being told today. One is, of course, let's say the existing one-way communication between citizens and institutions. So there's no merging of, let's say, initiatives starting from citizens and policies being made or elaborated by institutions. So second thing, I think Don said a few words about this earlier. We need new ways for citizens to exercise their social responsibility, to get engaged in democratic discussions. Third, it was also stressed earlier that current, let's say, software solutions, digital solutions are rudimental, offer not more than some well-known social media and voting functionalities. And this is certainly not enough. They cannot express the plurality of human thinking and reasoning. I'll come again to this point. And also another thing is that you all know about this technocrats versus democrats dilemma. Is it a dilemma, or do we want them to work together and elaborate discussion for mutual, let's say, gain? So let us somehow translate these challenges to some specific needs. It was stressed many, many times that we need trust, transparency, and credibility in the processes under consideration. A young lady this morning, and also before, I think we agreed that if we improve transparency, if we work more on transparency, trust will somehow automatically be increased, or this is our wish. We need to enhance participation, pluralism, and engagement through our solutions, digital solutions. This means to work on user-friendly solutions, but not only. We need to work on efficient algorithms and credible algorithms. A third need, it's about scaling up. Often we have discussions taking place in a certain region at a local level, and the same or a similar discussion takes place somewhere else. So how do we scale up these discussions? How do we build on some outcomes of a local or a regional or a national discussion, and we go at a national, international level? Fourth thing is about digital spaces, modern, if you want, digital spaces, contemporary digital spaces that enable, support, facilitate, enhance collaboration and co-creation of solutions. It's not only that I want to give, let's say, the virtual floor to someone to express her opinion, but I want her to work closely with her peers and elaborate it, refine it, make it more valid, add evidence, etc., etc. So, again, as I said, these needs for us mean that we need to develop a suite of algorithms. And what we say that we need the machine, we need the computer, and we need to build on the synergy of human and machine reasoning. We want to have humans and machines in the loop, okay, build on the strengths of each party, and develop new solutions. These solutions, so we should digitize the content of our deliberations. We should digitize this content, and we should semantically annotate it. So the machine, the computer, starts understanding what is going on in discourse. We need to find some ontologies and tag a script, tag a discourse. So, for example, the machine understands that this piece of the discourse is an argument in favor of a position, or this is an argument against a position, or this position contributes to this policy, or this is a preference. This argument is more preferable than this solution is more preferable than the other one, or some constraints, or some limitations, etc., etc. So, second, let's say, family of algorithms, it's about how we visually represent a complex and a long-lasting discussion involving a lot of people and stakeholders of different type. A third one is, okay, the discussion scales up, grows up, but how we extract and summarize hundreds of arguments. There are technologies, AI technologies, that are mature enough that can contribute towards this issue, can summarize pieces of text, can detect similar pieces of text. So in this way, we can handle this expression of thousands, let's say hundreds of opinions and arguments. Another issue could be how can we classify and cluster users? Equally important, how we interconnect related discourses. Dr. Kefalas talked, and you all know about the Building Blocks of Democracy project. So 5 different discussions emerged and reach some conclusions, but then these 5 discussions need to be somehow connected. Also, how can we reuse pieces of past discourses? Okay, this ADF takes place annually, and next year we can exploit the outcome of this year's results. Okay, if we properly structure them, it will be easily searchable, findable. We can easily search the machine, query our, let's say, database about arguments in favor of this issue or against this policy, etc., etc. Important for us as well, how we make users aware of the evolution and outcome of a deliberation. A part of AI called explainable AI, XAI, comes here, and technologies are mature enough to offer citizens and stakeholders in general an easily, let's say, interpretable explanation of the algorithm. And also there are initiatives and algorithms working on detection of conflicts and inconsistencies.
Orbis is a recently approved DG-funded project that consists of a balanced mix of universities, research institutes, enterprises. It is structured around 2 main pillars. The one on the left, as you can see, is the social pillar, where our socio-political scientists can experiment with different deliberative democracy models. We have examples of, bringing a matter where experts discuss and then this matter is going to the citizens, or we could try different ways where citizens start first, initiate a discussion. And we're going to experiment with different scales, as mentioned earlier, from local, regional, even to global levels. And on the right side is the technical solution, where, as Nikos explained, we will develop algorithms on how to, extract arguments, how to mine opinions from social media, how to visualize them, how to put them in an evolution, let's say, how we can visualize them to observe the evolution of a deliberation process. It was also mentioned the explanation services and the XAI, which is really important because accountability, as mentioned, is a challenge that has to be addressed, but not only from the side of humans, but also from the machines. We have to break, let's say, the black box of AI and keep the machines also responsible. So also, and we will apply actually natural language processing or natural language understanding techniques. I think our main point is we have the maturity to develop such technologies, and it's our time to do it to aid and facilitate, democratic processes. As part of the project, we have 6 use cases, 2 of which concern the DCF. The one is the building blocks of democracy that was discussed earlier, and the other one is the Teams for Democracy. This is a 3-year project, meaning that it's the beginning, and now we will aid the discussions, and maybe next year we will visualize and see the outcomes of discussions on complex issues that will take part in different scales, as mentioned. I think that's our point, Nico. Yeah, well.
I just leave this as a take-home message. Just to conclude it, Anthony says all the time that democracy is a process. We would like to add it's a process of learning. So what we try to develop can be thought of as a public memory, as a collective memory. You have all the discourses, and the discourses about the initiatives structured in a nice way, in a semantically rich way. As I said, searchable, easily reachable by everybody, transparent, etc., etc. So if it is there and the citizen knows that she can go and see why this policy has been applied, it's a good thing, it's a step forward. And we should learn from past discourses. I said before, it's nice sometimes to use pieces of discourse in an ongoing one, in the current one. So we keep making the right decisions. We avert making the wrong decisions because we have learned from the past. And this contributes toward building a collective, a public, a memory of democracy, if you like, full of evidence, full of citizens' arguments, documentation, etc., etc. And I think we thank you very much.
The team will come with the microphone.
Hello, my name is Sam Chang. I am president of Negative Vote Association based in Taiwan. I have a question related to direct democracy and online petition collection systems. I sponsored an initiative in California, and in 2020, it was stopped basically by the pandemic. So I looked into the issue of online petition gathering and found that it's very rare in the world. So a specific question for Minister, so does Greece have it, and do you plan to have it, and what's blocking it and not having it? And also a general question, why is it so rare? I have my own answers because in Taiwan, the law specified an online system must be built. And the government built such a system 5 years ago, and it's been under security review ever since. The security review has not been completed yet. The same government, however, was able to put together an online mass purchase system within 3 months without any concerns for security. So the question is it a technical issue, or is it really a security issue, or is it simply people in power don't want it, they will not do it?
Secretary General, do you want to address the situation in Greece in terms of petitions online?
Yeah, so if I understood correctly, is whether the state uses online petitions to get opinions or make decisions based on these online petitions. if I understood the question correctly. The short answer is no, we do not use online petitions, at least in an institutionalized manner from the state, either centrally or regionally. There might be a case where some state institution will decide to do such a process, but it's still very informal and it's not binding on what the state or the organization will actually decide upon. So the short answer is that no, Greece does not have such online petitions institutionalized and binding for the administration.
Another question, maybe? You're all so tired. No questions
no, I can
already?
see somebody back there.
Back
There's somebody back there.
Great.
Yeah.
Hey, hello, I'm Thomas Schrey, representing Global Liberal Arts Alliance students here. I wanted to ask, more specifically, it's been mentioned here, you have mentioned the conference on the future of Europe, and you're both representing Greece, and maybe I'll just put a very short comment, like, it was supposed to be a huge experiment on deliberative democracy, and basically politicians across the aisles, left and right, agreed that it was a successful experiment. But when I was talking to my fellow Europeans, people in my country, Slovakia or other countries, frankly, 99.9 percentage points did not hear of that or have not had any knowledge on the very existence of the Conference on the Future of Europe. So I would like to ask on the very conference and also maybe on the lessons learned from that. You specifically mentioned that the deliberative democracy might be the way to go ahead, and maybe I would like to ask about the solution you've proposed. During your presentation, you've mentioned that you want to make it large scale. So how would you achieve that? How would you achieve that more people are involved, that the conference is not for a very small percentage of the population, but it is large scale? Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's a great question, I think, maybe for the professor.
Yeah. For us, I said again, from a software engineering perspective, user engagement is a big issue. You may develop the smartest system of the world. You offer ugly interfaces, you don't explain things, you make it hard for people to participate, you lose them. So from a technological perspective, I say that we should make the whole thing transparent. Store everything nicely in a structured way so citizens can exploit functionalities for searching, reusing, co-creating, refining, etc., etc. I'm not a social scientist, but I guess they need also to know about our tools, and we need to work together with them in order to shape, let's say, modern solutions that augment transparency and also scalability. We, as computer scientists, we have algorithms to work on, collaborate the scaling issue, to somehow to offer, think about, I put it simply, zoom in, zoom out functionalities, interconnecting discourses, etc., etc. But again, it's not only an issue of technology, I think. Social scientists, sociopolitical scientists need to work with computer scientists and find innovative solutions that address, modern solutions that address the needs of our society, of this society, of current society, today's society.
Complement what you say. A big challenge is, the structurally, what we call the structurally marginalized or the disenfranchised parts of the society. technically, and actually from a technical side, we have translation tools, we have voice-to-text tools, we have the capacity to process large pieces of text. So from a technical side, we have the capacity to address that. From the social side, it's meant to be seen, and I think we need the collaboration of governments, enterprises, and other institutions.
Dawn, I'm curious to hear your take on the social part of it, not the technical part.
It is a social technology as much as a technological one. But I wanted to address the Citizens Assembly on the Future of Europe. It was a mixed bag, that's for sure, in terms of its success or failure. But one of the things that I think most people understood coming out of it, that one of the failures was that it wasn't recognized and it wasn't given enough publicity so people could see it in action. With that said, I mean, each one of these experiments is valuable. We're at the beginning of a curve where we're learning a lot, where we're trying to figure out what the system's going to look like and how to do it well. And so on the social technical side, as I said, that is the magic in this work, is really trying to figure out how to we live in a moment where we want to be more inclusive and we want to be more diverse. And that's not just political culture of the moment. That's actually a social movement that forever will change us. Again, going back to what's going to be intolerable to us, those kinds of systems that are exclusive and that are elitist will never be tolerable again. So how do we create systems that can do this well? And that's the magic. It is social science that needs to get us there. It's not going to be technical capacity, although that's helpful.
Well, sounds like a great project for the next year, bringing in the social scientists with the technology people. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. I really want to learn more about this.
Very interesting. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great students. Thank you. Amazing.
Please stay seated. It's okay. Yeah. Please stay seated. We're going to start the next session, which promises to be a fun one, exciting one. So the beauty of the last project that we heard about, the Orbis project. Oh, wait a second, please. Shh. So that everybody can hear. The beauty of that project for the foundation is that it's going to help us implement all of our projects. It's going to work across all of our projects because they'll be using the data from this project to train the algorithm. So that's will be something that will work very well to integrate into the DCF suite of projects and the Horizon grant. So on to teens. So all day you've been hearing us talk about let's get younger people involved. Let's give them a seat at the table. So with the Teens for Democracy program here at DCF, we're trying to do just that. So we have, we're pleased to have with us today, you'll meet in a moment, Ines and Alexia. They were the creators and founders of the Teens for Democracy program. And right now, Teens for Democracy is focusing on two key projects. One is the idea of replicating everything that you are going to see over the next few days, but doing it with teens. So we'd have a parallel conference with teens discussing all of these issues that you're hearing about. So we're doing a very small experiment this year, a pilot project, where we have a group of about 15, I think, teens from Greece, Sweden, and France who will take part in a discussion led by Mette Koban of My Life, My Say on the future of tech and the future of work. So they're taking the same brief that's used for that session that will be discussed in the plenary, and they will at the same time, or more or less, be discussing exactly the same issues. And it'll be fascinating to hear what they come up with. So that's one of our projects. The second one involves giving teens a seat at the table at the local level in municipal councils. And this is a project we're going to hear more about from Maria Kisenu. She's the deputy mayor of Alamos here in Greece. I'll call her up in just a moment. But just to say that the core mission of both of these projects is to work towards bridging the gap that you've been hearing about, that intergenerational gap, to take teens' voices, so going from all the way down to 13-year-olds, to take those voices into account and make sure that they're heard. So now I'd like to welcome Maria Ksenu, the Deputy Mayor of Alamos, who will tell us about the municipality project.
Thank you so much. The presenter of a TV game show asks the 5 young players to name 5 Greek prime ministers. With great difficulty, and despite the noble effort of the presenter, they manage to come up with the names of only 2, and they lose. On their couches at home, in front of the screen, the adults watching the program are extremely critical and pessimistic, making comments like, "They should be ashamed of themselves. Young people today are so ignorant and indifferent, and they expect to vote. Shame on them. What has today's youth come to?" But are things actually like this? Politics is one of the realities and harsh aspects of society that teenagers have to face as soon as they become adults, since they acquire specific rights and obligations. Why should a teenager become interested in an area of conflict and controversy, or have to consider complex issues that he can barely understand or influence, and which possibly do not affect his life directly, or even try to figure out who is right about matters and create contradiction even within his immediate family? The reality is that young people today have little knowledge and interest in politics. Some, even university students, cannot name correct order, identify the political parties, or refer to key events in the last 10 years. What prevails today in the indifference of young people towards the political process? Why is this happening when, in fact, today's generations, in relation to previous ones, has at their disposal guaranteed opportunities of freedom of expression, a higher educational level, as well as unlimited sources of information? So what's wrong and what's the problem? To answer this question, we need to look at politics itself. The word politics is derived from the noun polis, the Greek word for city. The polis, according to Aristoteles, was created with one purpose in mind: to make it easier for citizens to secure their daily necessities, which would help them live better. The term society, or kinonia in Greek, comes from the verb kinono, which in ancient Greek means to share or do something together with others. Society, then, is a group of people who coexist and cooperate with others to achieve a common goal. I think that this review has already revealed the essence of politics and common goal. We are here today to support a program that seeks to engage young people in the community through local government. The municipality of Alamos has accepted its participation in the program because it deeply believes and supports that if we want a better tomorrow with fewer inequalities and more justice, we need to introduce tomorrow's citizens to the values of democracy and political freedom from an early age. Of course, the road to achieving this goal is long and difficult, but all attempts need to start somewhere. So let's begin our efforts through the municipalities, which are the closest authority to every citizen. The challenge is to succeed as a municipal authority in inspiring young people by showing them the value of sharing common problems, as well as the value of participating in a common goal, while all the same time cultivating responsibility and the rules of decision-making in a democracy. All this can be accomplished through setting an example, our own example. In future, they are prepared with the necessary resources to shape a better, healthier, and fairer society. That's why we need to be careful. We need to treat them with kindness, compassion, understanding, to be tolerant, welcoming, and approachable. I personally believe that it's worth trying. We need young people for our common good. They are our future. Let's set aside for a minute the current condition, the internet, the absence of politically informed youth, and let's consider some ageless characteristics of young people as Aristoteles so wisely described them. Young people love honor, and even more than that, they love victory, because they want to excel, and victory is a kind of excellence. They love these two, honor and victory, more than money, or better, they don't care about money at all, because they haven't yet experienced poverty. Young people do not have an immoral or dishonest nature. They are in all probability extremely moral and virtuous because they haven't seen or experienced examples. They are full of hope, and this is because nature has endowed them with a kind of warmth like that felt by those who have drunk a little too much wine. But this individuality they possess is also due to the fact that they haven't yet experienced many failures. They live mainly in hope because hope is about the future and memory of failure is about the past. They prefer to do what seems good to them, rather what is good for them, because their actions are dictated more by the heart than by cold calculation. And while one considers interest, virtue considers beauty. The truth is, they exaggerate everything. They love too much, they hate too much, and the same goes for all the other actions. They believe that they know everything in everything. For this very reason, they exaggerate. If they happen to commit any kind of wrongdoing or offense, it is mainly due to insolence or audacity and to not malice. They easily feel pity because others, they consider all people simple and virtuous. That's why they believe that if something bad happens to someone, they don't deserve it. This is what Aristotle says. And what do you say? In fact, we at the municipality of Valumas are excited about this prospect because this is exactly what we have decided to dare to do. To leave you with a quote from Aristotle: where there is hope in the future, there is power in the present. And since hope is the foundational quality of all chance, there is considerable reason to be excited. Thank you so much.
Where am I? I'm over here, am I? I'm in this one?
No, no.
Where am I?
Okay.
Oh, I'm in this. Sorry, I just put that down. It's okay. That one's fine.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Ines Altiel, a 16-year-old student in Campaign School and the co-founder of Teens for Democracy.
I'm Alexia Forgevieux, and I'm the second co-founder of Teens for Democracy.
This panel is about bridging the intergenerational gap. And with us today, we have Dr. Jim Clark, a researcher in Sapienship, Mr. Avishai Ben Ahahon, founder of He Halut, and Mrs. Olga Syagusyava, the head of communications in the UN Children's Fund in Greece. So, what we know is defined by our education and experience, and the social norms 30 years ago are not the same as they are today. And actually, in a course description in Cornell, it talked about the importance of understanding why differences exist between generations, rather than just focusing on what these differences are, which tear us apart. So, Alexia, would you like to proceed with your first question?
Of course. The start of Russia's military intervention in Ukraine generated the biggest brain drain in the history of the country. This phenomenon climaxed following Vladimir Putin's announcement of partial mobilization on September 21st, last Wednesday, when thousands of young men started fleeing the country to avoid conscription. Does this reaction show a lack of social responsibility or a growing political awareness on the part of the new generation? Regardless of the cause of this reaction, how can politicians bridge the gap that has led to the loss of trust in institutions on the part of Generation Z? So, Dr. Clark, would you like to start?
Well, obviously, the situation in Ukraine is very difficult right now. There's a conflict on, and I think what we're seeing among the young Russian men is a reaction that they don't want to take part in it. They don't want to risk their life for this particular conflict. It's difficult to map this across to an issue of trust in the institutions. There are clearly flaws with the Russian democratic system. And nevertheless, though, it seems also clear that a clear majority of Russians support Vladimir Putin. Now, whether that's generational or not is not necessarily something we can test right now, but certainly I think the young people are voting with their feet, if you like, rather than at the ballot box, because they're literally leaving the country. And we see similar in many other locations as well, to expand the topic beyond Russia. We see a constant north-south or south-north migration from the global south towards the north. For many similar reasons, people suffering from inequality, conflict issues, lack of opportunity. It's sometimes described as economic migration, but it's much wider than economics that drives a young person to get up and leave their own country and everything they're familiar with and go somewhere else. So I think, and obviously it's the countries that can least afford to lose their bright, intelligent young people that are losing them, whether it's Filipino nurses moving to Britain, whether it's young African men moving to Germany, whether it's Syrians, leaving a conflict zone. These are countries that need those young people back to help rebuild their countries and rebuild their democracies. So it is a concerning issue.
If I may just add a 2 cents of this topic, I would take it a little bit back and say and look into how governments in general and UN member states, speaking on behalf of UNICEF, engage their citizens to be truly active in the decision-making processes. So if a young person or an adult eventually doesn't feel included early on, they end up not feeling relevant to what's going on within their country and eventually in global politics. So I think that also plays a very important role in what we're seeing today, what we're being watching around the world happening, including the recent example that you gave, Alexia. And I think that's what we're trying to do as an organization and as the UN, try to include more young voices truly and meaningfully without taking decisions for them, but with them throughout the way.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to move on to the next question, which is again for Dr. Clark, but if anybody wants to add anything, you're more than welcome to. So we're in an aging population. The number of 60-year-olds has tripled since 1950. And in 2050, it's estimated that it's going to be around 2.1 billion, while the fertility rate has decreased by 50%. And a lot of politicians say, yes, we want to give youth a seat at the table, we should include youth, but most of the time it's just youth-wash jargon, a tokenistic approach, with a generous bit of condescending. So, Dr. Clark, Sapienship has talked about the importance of collaboration and how we humans are able to work flexibly and with a large amount of people. And one of the ways of communication is through mentoring systems. But social paradigms define mentoring systems today as the older people mentoring younger people. But what if we turn it around? What if instead of having, or also having, a mentoring system which makes youth mentor older politicians?
I think it's a great idea. I mean, to clarify, Sapienship is a social impact company that was founded by Professor Yuval Noah Harari. And one of our key kind of focuses is that we allow every voice to be heard, because we think we're one human species and we're all created equally and we all have a right to be heard. And that includes young people. That's irrespective of age, gender, race, whatever artificial distinction you want to create. So you're quite right. Traditionally, mentoring systems have been top-down. I'm guilty of it myself. When I was a university lecturer in England, we created a mentoring system for young black men that went all the way down. So we had members of faculty mentoring students, we had university students mentoring secondary school students, and even all the way down to secondary students mentoring primary school students, because there's huge kind of fallout from the educational system amongst that demographic. So to have a mentor, to have a role model, it is an important thing in many circumstances like that one, so they could see, okay, my future can be like this guy, not like those guys at the end of my street. But sometimes we need to be listening, as you say, in the other direction. We need to be listening to the young people who have a much greater stake in the future than somebody of my age, for example. I may not live to see, you know, the full effects of the climate crisis, but my 2-year-old son will. And therefore, my interest is as much proxy on his behalf as it is for myself in relation to wanting to see the climate crisis tackled. So I think we heard about it earlier today, deliberative democracy, having fora where young people can speak directly to politicians, advise them on these intergenerational gaps that have emerged in voting, things like the Brexit election in Britain, the referendum where older people supported it and younger people did not, issues like the climate crisis where there's a clear generational gap between young and old people in terms of how serious they think it is and how important and how critical the response needs to be. Yes, I think we do need to hear from them in many places, especially somewhere like the United States, where the politicians are becoming older and staying longer in power than ever before.
Does anybody else want to add?
Yes, I would like to give a different point of view from the panel speakers. I think I'm the youngest, even though I'm not a teen anymore. And the agenda that I hear in this conference from all kinds of points of views is that the teens want and deserve and need a seat around the table. I'm not sure that's good. I hope it doesn't find you too uncomfortable. Liberal democracy should not in any way be taken for granted. I meet several hundred, maybe more than 1,000 young adults and old teens in Israel every year. And Israel was founded and is still a liberal democracy, but the level of intellectual and educational understanding of liberal democracy in Israel's educational system is very low. I do not want to give teens more political power in these ages, because you are inherited with, especially in Europe, in the Western world, with the understanding that liberal democracy is here to stay and is strong. But in Israel, there are a lot of fundamental powers also, and religious powers, and the populistic right-wing wave all around the world is also affecting us. For me, giving 16-year-old more political power can be a very dangerous thing in this atmosphere, especially when the educational system doesn't do its mandatory job of educating for strong liberal democracy values. Because in Israel, we don't do that too much, and I'm not sure that it happens so much in Europe, and I want to give it another context. For many years, Europe didn't have an external enemy in the Western world, since the Russian era ended, and now starting in a different way. And I think that the inner problems were handled, or you didn't look at them. We didn't look at them. But the combination of a communist depression and an external enemy and ongoing inner political problems is a very good ground for populistic right-wing forces. And bringing teams which are more vulnerable to outer interfering with their agendas, I'm not sure that's a good thing unless it's backed with a very strong state-backed educational system that supports liberal democracy.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer, both of you. Do you want to add anything?
Hearing you speak, and it's a very strong and valid point. I just want to take it maybe a step further, as you said, and see if it's a responsibility of states, member states, governments, local governance, schools, educators, but also each and every one of us. Because when you raise a child from very early on, respecting their opinion, treating them as equals, of course, guiding them as a mature adult, but treating them along the way and raising them to understand that their voice and their opinion matters, I think then they will have, very early on, in 12, 14, 16 years old, the maturity and the capacity to understand what it means to fight for your opinion and your rights. So yes, it is education, yes, it is the states, but I think it's also a social behavioral change issue, and it's something that we're focusing on with UNICEF for each and every one of us to understand the power of young people as they're taking over, obviously, across the globe, and educate them very, very early on, and raise them in such ways that they also value that power.
I don't think too much of young people as much as I think of old people. I love humans, and I respect humans. And in that point of view, how you educate your kids at home is a private solution. I'm looking about nationwide or worldwide solutions, which must be backed by states. You can be a good parent and you can make them freedom of choice and moral human beings and raise them as moral human beings, but that's your private responsibility. That's not an all-purpose, a very wide effect. And also, like making democracy conferences for young adults or for teens, that's nice. 200 or 3,000 people will go to a conference, but I want 300 million to take those values strongly in order to withstand the right-wing populistic wave of propaganda. You need a very strong stamina, an immune system that can withhold all those forces upon you.
But that won't come from the state. What we're talking about, and you mentioned it, is social media. The echo chambers that people exist in social media that has taken the place of what used to be a public sphere where everybody's voices was heard. Now people are only listening to the voices that reinstate their own opinions and reinforce their own opinions online.
I saw that Meta is supporting this conference. As a part of the problem, that's kind of interesting, for me at least. Of course, social media is a part of the problem, and it should be regulated, and that's also something that should be taken care of. But the educational, as an educational director, I think that's the basic level, and I think that, I grew up in a kibbutz. You know what a kibbutz is? It's a socialist democratic community in Israel that's like a complete other side of a market society and capitalistic way of living. And my forefathers, they made a crucial mistake. They thought that the kibbutz will forever stand. It was so strong, it was so dramatic, it was so historically important in Israel. But they forgot to do something very, very important. They thought that if you will live the kibbutz life, you will become a socialist democrat. Apparently, that doesn't how it works. My nation, the Jewish people, we believe in stories and the forces of stories. Once you don't tell the generations where you came from, what the moral lesson is, and how you should educate the society for a better future, even the strongest fundamentals of society, they can crumble.
So based on your answer, there's a question about how politicians and political institutions actually deal with this entire situation. Young people across Europe are not politically disengaged as is commonly assumed, a recent European Commission study has found. In fact, most of them vote and fully support democracy, even if they think that politics have become a more distorted view of what they want and should become more about the common good and less about corporate and elite interests. Evidently, there's a huge gap between the perception of the term greater good for each generation, with youth demanding a shift to a more direct democracy and a stronger economy. So do you believe that it is realistic for these two views to ever align, or is this just a perpetual phenomenon of intergenerational conflict? How do you envision, in other words, a new leadership model that can inspire, guide, and appeal to youth while also satisfying their needs? Mrs. Sioku-Siova, would you like?
With this mic now? Oh, okay, great, thank you. So a very interesting question, and thank you for asking this, Alexia. And I think that this is one of the priorities that we're trying to tackle across the globe, but also within countries, high-income countries that already have established mechanisms for decision-making and agendas that need to be met. How do we bring the priorities, the themes that young people believe and strongly support that they are important into the already set agendas? I think we can only do it by being open, by being realistic, us adults and politicians and governments bringing their expertise, but also listening to young citizens, active citizens, or about to become citizens that will eventually take the baton and take the lead in implementing the policies that today's politicians establish and set. So I think that it is realistic, it can be done, as long as we work collectively across all sections with institutions such as the EU, as you mentioned, but also at government level, member state government level, and local governance, because a lot of decisions that evolve and are about children and youth take place at local governance.
Mm-hmm. Would anyone else like to add something on this question?
Well, I mean, just to respond again to that issue of the intergenerational gap, and I'm reiterating what you've been kind of saying as well, things are much, much more fragile than we necessarily are aware of. If we don't listen to young people, when you look at the youth of France, 58% of them no longer think that democracy is the best mode of government. 55% of young people in Italy, and that's led to recent votes in both of those countries that have shocked the older population. Which is not to say that young people in Europe are rapidly becoming right-wing, but what they are becoming is desperate. They're becoming desperate for more radical responses to the issues that concern them, which are primarily economic. It's things like youth unemployment. We're here in Greece, 3 times the number of young people in Greece are unemployed as older Greeks. Same in Spain, same in Italy, same in many countries. And they want more radical answers, and they're looking to the far left and to the far right for those answers because they're not finding it in mainstream politics, and that's very, very concerning. And that's why we're seeing these intergenerational gaps opening up, because we're not getting everybody in the room, including the young people, and all talking together and hearing all the voices.
I can identify with some of these things. I think that inside the liberal atmosphere we are all a part of, it's really easy, or sometimes misleading, to think that it's about only education or meeting between the generations. Basically, it's the economic. We are, mainly you, I'm on the edge of it. You are the first generation in modern age that will have less than his parents. We'll have less pension, less welfare country, less nature, less oxygen, less oceans, less security. That's something you should be furious for. That's the goal. But that's a thing that the political and economical elite that support the political institution doesn't really want to change, because that's taken from boomers and that age area and giving you and giving those that will have less. that won't be able to afford a house, that won't have a good retirement. And I think that's what should be talked about. You deserve not only symbolic or even true power. You deserve resources. You deserve welfare. You deserve better life than your parents has. That's a good agreement to make in society, and you deserve that.
I completely agree. So I believe since we ran a bit early, we have one more time for a short question, and then any questions from the audience. So since we don't have a lot of time, Ms. Siokuskova, this question is directed at you. So one of the most important differences, and as you said, this cohort, our generation will probably live worse lives than our parents, but there's some aspects which we have which older generations didn't. So one of the most important differences between this cohort and older cohorts is that this cohort is fighting for acceptance over gender and sexuality and actually getting acceptance. So in what ways do you think the younger generation's fight over inclusion and acceptance has empowered and inspired older generations who were forced to be silenced to accept themselves for who they are?
Thank you for the question, Ines. And the short answer is certainly. We see it across the globe every day. The longer answer has to do with the tools that are existing now and the access to these platforms that people have and young people have, allowing them and empowering them to voice their opinions. However, these platforms might not be inclusive across the different age groups, right? So we do see a movement. We see young children and young people leading that movement on gender issues, on religious issues, on inclusion and acceptance and so on and so forth. However, yes, certain groups are empowered, but other groups still are left behind. And we need to move forward with all these ever-evolving platforms, having also in mind that there are still social groups that are excluded from this openness and this innovative way of dealing with social issues and rights-based issues. Again, try and find ways that also include these age groups. I don't know if any of the panelists would like to pitch in. Thank you.
I'm a progressive, and so gender equality and sexual equality, of course, is very important subjects, and teens and younger generations are really making a progress and also helping adults adapt to those agenda. That's great, but I would say that in most cases, not a structural difference. That's more of a political, soft politics. That doesn't support what I just said before. You will have gender equality, but we will all be poor, okay? So that's inequality in the end. I think that's something that inside the liberal consensus is not well dealt. We don't have good enough answers to that. We go from around, but we don't reach to the bottom of it or the heart of it.
Thank you very much. And on that note, is there anybody who wants to ask a question to one of the panelists? We will take that.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. My question is specifically for you, Mr. Ben Ahron. You said Israel is a liberal democracy, but a report from Amnesty International just this year said it was an apartheid state. So how can we reconcile notions of liberal democracy with de jure racial discrimination?
I said Israel was established as a liberal democracy, and it still is. It is a struggling democracy. I don't understand Israel as an apartheid state, even though I am completely against the control of the West Bank. I think Israel, as a Jewish and democratic state, has its right to exist peacefully with its neighbors, and it's our responsibility as the stronger part of the conflict to advance towards peace.
Ms. Yokoshova, Dr. Clark, Mr. Aharon, thank you very much for your input. From this fruitful discussion, it became evident that the true beacon of light that exists through Gen Z is its engagement and innovation, despite living in a world of constant crisis. Thank you very much to all of you, and
Thank you.
A wonderful crowd.
Thank you very much to our teen moderators and our esteemed panelists. And that concludes our program for today, the daytime program. Thank you. And we look forward to seeing all of you in just a few short hours right here in the atrium at the Zappion with an address by the President of the Hellenic Republic, followed by Ban Ki-moon, Jeffrey Sachs, and a whole suite of other speakers for a rich program to kick off the plenary of the Athens Democracy Forum. Thanks, everybody.